Hi guys, I think I'm live now. If everything is good, if you can see me, if you can hear me, please do message in the chat that everything is good. Then we'll start today's session. Today will be a very useful session. Please do let me know, okay. Okay, good evening, Sai Kiran, Yasir, Prathamesh, Abhishek, Surender, and Nitin Chanakyanam. Everything is good, right? You can see me? Yeah, okay. Hi Timulani, all of you, I think everything seems to be fine. So let us start the session without any delay. So the session for today is on algebra. We'll be solving a lot of questions. I will be solving around 25 questions or so. I think 23. After that, Sayali will come. She will explain the important topic of logarithms, which I think is a very scoring topic, but many people struggle with it. So she'll first explain logarithms, and after that, I think she'll solve 5 or 6 questions. That is basically the idea for today. It will go on for around 4.5 hours. I want to solve more questions, and I want people also to solve questions. That is why we'll have this stream. Let's get started. Before we start, let's set a target for ourselves of 300 likes. So please do like the stream, guys. We'll have around 4 hours. So I'm going to request you to like it in the middle sometimes. So please don't get irritated. But this is what I want to do, because there are many people from my office who are actually working on a Saturday to make this stream happen. And the one way in which we can motivate them or encourage them is the number of likes, which is something that they're actually very, very passionate about. After every stream, they tell me that, okay, we got this many likes, sir, or we got those many likes, sir. So just to make them feel more motivated, I want this stream to have a lot of likes. So if you're just watching the stream, please do like it. Let us go and start with the first question. Actually, before going to the first question, I wanted to again tell you one more thing. Like any person who is actually listening to what I was saying in many of the videos or in the streams, I always tell them that the last 1.5 to 2 months, you have to focus on solving a lot of questions, because this is the time for you to gain confidence. This is the time for you to actually solve a lot of questions, which is actually why we are even doing this stream. In this stream also, if you notice, we'll be solving a lot of questions. That I think is the best way in which you can improve yourself in the last 1.5 to 2 months. To make that even better, we made topic-wise questions across all the topics in quant, LRDA, and verbal. These are questions which are pretty good, and all of those questions have a link for the video in the PDF. So if you are looking for those questions, you can look at the topics also. We have PDFs for averages, arithmetic, number systems, time work and distance. All of these PDFs are available. I just want you to, I think the link for those PDFs or the pages are given in the description of this video. If for whatever reason it is not available or you are not able to find out, just Google search free CAT Quant topic-wise questions Cracku or something. Once you Google search this, you will definitely get the link for the PDF. You can even see the number of people who have downloaded it. It is in thousands. This I think is around 5,000. This is also 4,000, and this also I think we have recently launched it. It is 400. But I would say that once the stream is done, once you solve all of this, rest for some time. But after that, definitely start solving questions from these PDFs. They are all completely free. Each of this PDF I think has around 30 or 40 questions with detailed video solutions. That I think will be a very good way in which you can spend your weekend by solving a lot of questions. With that out of the way, let us get started with today's session. This is the first question. I'm starting off with an easy question. I hope many of you actually get it correct. So the question is there. Let us try to solve it. Okay, good afternoon वेदांतिका. याना बटले सिंह सर, इसमें बेसिक से सारे रिवाइज होंगे. ये काफ़ी बेसिक क्वेश्चन है. सो इस स्ट्रीम में हम काफ़ी क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करेंगे. जब भी क्वेश्चन मैं दूंगा, उसके बाद जब मैं एक्सप्लेन करूंगा, उसमें मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट एक्सप्लेन करके उसके बाद सॉल्व करें. बट द पॉइंट ऑफ दिस स्ट्रीम इज टू सॉल्व ए लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस. देयर विल बी इजी क्वेश्चंस, देयर विल बी डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चंस. लाइक दिस क्वेश्चन ओवर हियर इज अ प्रीटी इजी क्वेश्चन. गुड आफ्टरनून निहारिका, अमन, Khushi, Ashtosh, Sonima. Good afternoon to every one of you. Please do like the stream. We have 50 likes. I am hoping to get to at least 250 likes before the stream ends. Yeah, I think many people got it correct. My team will prepare a list of everyone who got the question correct, and I'll give a shout out to them after explaining this question. Okay, I think the time is up. Let us try to answer this question. This is not a very difficult question. This is a fairly straightforward question. The price of 3 balls, 2 bats, and 7 gloves is given. It is 950. So let us assume that the cost of a bat is A. The cost, the cost of a ball, let us assume is A. That is the first one. The second is bat. So let us assume that the cost of a bat, which is the second parameter, is B. And the cost of gloves is, say, C. What we are given from the first equation is 3 balls plus 2 bats plus 7 gloves is 950. So 3A plus 2 bats, that is 2B, plus 7 gloves, that is 7C, is equal to 950. Similarly, the price of 7 bats, which is 7B, plus 6 balls, which is 6A, plus 2 gloves, plus 2C, is given, this is 1750. What we are asked to calculate is the price of a bat, that is A, or sorry, this is B, a ball, that is A, and a glove, that is C. What we are essentially asked to calculate is the value of A plus B plus C. Whenever you are given this kind of an equation, where you have 2 equations and 3 variables, try to see if you can change them or add them, do something so that you can have a combination of these 2 equations to get the third equation. In this particular case, it is quite simple. If you just add both of these equations, you are going to get 3A plus 6A, which is 9A, plus 2B plus 7B, which is 9B, plus 7C plus 2C, which is 9C. This is equal to 950 plus 1750, which is 2700. Or if you divide this entire equation with 9, you are going to get A plus B plus C is equal to 300. So the answer for this question is option A. Let me look at the chat. Let me give a shout out to all the people who got this correct. And after that, we'll go to the next question. So all the guys who got this correct are, I'll give a list of all those guys. Okay. I would say there are Surendra, Aman, Anand, Pujit, Naman, Agarwal, Sonima, JJ, Akula Sai Kiran, Ankita Pandey sir explained, I just explained. Vedantika, Sanket Patel, and Khushi Limje. Let us go to the next question, guys. Very interesting question. Very often asked question also in many of the competitive examinations. So I hope that you actually get this correct. We have 67 likes. We need another 190 likes. Please do like the stream, guys. Yeah, some of you actually got it correct. Well done. But there is still time. There is a minute left. So let us see how many people actually solve it. Many people got it correct. Aman Anand, Madan, Tamil, Ayati Mulani, Sumit Kumar, all of these guys got it correct. Let us see. Good afternoon, Syed. Good afternoon, 9C. Aman Anand, yes, this session is available on YouTube. Okay, let us solve this question, guys. In a family, each daughter has the same number of brothers as she has sisters, and each son has twice as many sisters as he has brothers. How many sons are there in the family? So let us assume that the number of sons is equal to S and the number of daughters is equal to D. Now, from the standpoint of a daughter, if there is a daughter, how many sisters does she have? There are D daughters in total. So, excluding her, every other girl is her sister. So, the number of sisters that she will have is D minus 1. And how many brothers does she have? All the sons are her brothers. So, she will have S brothers. These two, we are told, is equal to the same. So, D minus 1 is equal to S, or the value of D is S plus 1. Now, from the standpoint of a son, he is a son, so how many brothers does he have? Excluding him, there are S minus 1 sons, all of them are his brothers. And how many sisters does he have? All the girls are his sisters, so the number of sisters is D. What we are told is that D is equal to 2 times S minus 1. These are the two equations. We have to solve them to get the value of S, which is the number of sons that are there in the family. So if you simplify, S plus 1 is equal to 2S minus 2, or the value of S is equal to 3. So the number of sons in the family is 3 and the number of daughters is equal to 4. So the answer for this question is option B, which is 3. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this correct, and after that we'll go to the next question. The people who got this correct are Shweta Prajapati, Niharika, Ronald, Sonima Dwivedi, Yash Darji, Sumit, Atreya Dasgupta, Nayanasi Dubey, Vikas Chaudhary, Priyal Gupta, Atreya Dasgupta, Aditya Mulani, Pratmesh, Dinesh, Madan Tamil, Hari, Khushi, Aman, Pujit, Sai Kiran, Supraja, Isha, Aditya Kumar, Naman Agarwal, Yasir, Sanket, Hari, Inian and Ananta. Well done, guys. Let us go to the next question. Also, if you are posting the answer, please do post with your real name. I don't want to read out nicknames. Guys, please do like the stream. We have 87 likes. So I'm basically looking for another 170 likes. Good afternoon, Rahul. Hari saying, anyone else constantly getting under 15 marks in QA but able to solve 5-6 more questions during analysis? How can I fix this? You have to solve a lot of questions. The only way you can improve your performance on the day of the examination is by solving a lot of questions between mocks. So normally what I advise students is to take one mock every weekend, and between those 2 mocks, that is during the weekdays, solve as many questions as you can. In the first slide before the session actually started, I showed you a list of 3 pages. I want you to, after the session ends, go to those pages, download all of those PDFs. All of those PDFs contain very nice questions for CAT, and start practicing from those PDFs regularly. When you solve a lot of questions, your performance on the day of the examination improves tremendously. Otherwise, you will I don't want to say it, but maybe you can be slow on the day of the examination, because the way to score a lot of marks is knowing immediately after looking at a question how to start solving it. That is very important, and you will get that only by practicing solving a lot of questions. So I would really urge you to use the remaining 1.5 months to solve as many questions as you can. Okay. The time is up. Let us try to answer this question. To solve this question, we need to know one formula, which is the number of non-negative integral solutions for a given equation. Suppose you are given an equation which is of the form a plus b plus c plus dot 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 till r is equal to n, and you are told that all of these variables a, b, c, all of them are integers and they are not negative. That is, they can be 0 or 1 or 2 or any number like this, and all of them are integers and they are non-negative integers. They are essentially whole numbers, and you are asked to calculate how many such solutions exist for it. The formula for that is n plus r minus 1 cr minus 1. Just to give an example, suppose you have three variables, a plus b plus c is equal to 5. How many solutions are there for this such that a, b and c are non-negative integers? That is, they are 0 or 1 or 2, they are essentially whole numbers. The answer for that will be 5 plus 3 minus 1, so that is 7, c 3 minus 1, that is 2. This will be 7 into 6 divided by 2, which is 21. Once you know this formula, you can answer this question. How will you answer this question? Here you have four variables. You have x1, x2, x3 and x4. They are adding up to 50. You are told that x3 and x4 are greater than or equal to 0 and they are integers. But the problem is, the reason we can't directly use this formula is because we are told that x2 is greater than or equal to 2. x1 is greater than or equal to 1. So there is a slight complication over here. x1 and x2 cannot be 0. x2 cannot be 0 or 1. x2 is greater than or equal to 2. So we have to modify the equation slightly. What we are essentially doing now is, we'll assume that x1 is equal to, x1 is greater than or equal to 1. So we'll assume that x1 is a variable, say x5 plus 1. Why are we doing this? Because now we know that as x1 is greater than or equal to 1, x1 itself is x5 plus 1. So x5 itself is greater than or equal to 0, which is what we want. We want all of them to be greater than or equal to 0 so that we can apply this formula. Similarly, we are told that x2 is greater than or equal to 2. If x2 is greater than or equal to 2, we'll assume that x2 is equal to x6 plus 2. Because as x2 is greater than or equal to 2, x6 will be greater than or equal to 0. Now if you are looking at the formula that we have, this formula, x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 is equal to 50. If you write it over here, x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 is equal to 50. Instead of x1, we'll write x5 plus 1. So this is x5 plus 1. And instead of x2, we'll write x6 plus 2. And x3 and x4 will just write it as it is. This is equal to 50. Now we can just subtract 1 and 2 from 50 and we'll get this as 47. This is a simple equation that we know. This equation will be x5 plus x6 plus x3 plus x4 is equal to 47. And each of these variables, these four variables, are greater than or equal to 0. There is no additional complication now. There is no complication that something has to be greater than 1 or greater than 2. All of that has been removed. Now there is uniformity. All of them are non-negative integers. Now we can apply this formula over here. So the number of solutions for this equation will be 47 plus there are 4 variables, 4 minus 1, C 4 minus 1. This is equal to 50 C3. This is equal to 50 into 49 into 48 divided by 6. This is 8. So 50 into 8 is 400. 400 into 49 is 19,600. So the answer for this question is option C. A lot of people are watching this stream now. Please do like it, guys, and let me give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct. We have close to 150 people who are watching this stream live. Please do like the stream. We have only 100 likes, so I want to increase the number of likes. The people who got this correct are Sankalp, Gautam, Vikas Chaudhary, Sonima Dwivedi, Yash Darji, Shweta Prajapati, Nainsi Dubey, Priyal Gupta, Akriti, Aman Anand, Surender, Sudhanshu, Vivek, Abhay, Aditya, Dinesh Kumar, Nayak, Vedantika, Sumit, Nitin Chanakyagunam, Madan Tamil, Sanket and Atreya Dasgupta. Let us now look at the next question. I think this is a slightly tough question, but try to solve it. We have 123 likes. I just need another approximately 150 likes. Suprajay Singh, hello sir, the new version of live class is wonderful. Would love to get the same dark mode for the website. I take the classes every Monday. Even I love teaching in this setup, but when I try to do it, many of the students told me that they prefer the old setup. So for the live classes on the website, which I take, I normally use the other setup, which is the white setup. But I'm trying to shift to this because here I can explain better. So maybe I'll try it out again on Monday. Let us see. Shrishik Dattai Singh, sir, I'm pretty good at the concepts and realistic at a level where I can solve all 20 problems given enough time. However, my issue is that both easy and hard problems take somewhat equal time. Shrishik, basically what I feel is, for you, the solution is very simple. If you are able to solve all the questions given enough time, what is very important for you is speed, and you will improve speed only by solving a lot of questions. I showed you a PDF in the first slide. I don't know whether the link is given in the description of this video or not. I told my staff to add it, but for some reason I think it was not added. But you can download the PDF. Just Google search. Sorry for coming in the middle, but just Google search Cracku Quant questions. You will get that. You just search for this, you will get that blog. In that blog, there are different types of questions from all the topics. You have questions from arithmetic, you have questions from geometry. Each of those questions we have uploaded around 30 to 40 very useful questions with, just look at it, okay. Yeah, you can just download it there. Just Google search it and you will get the blog. Once you get the blog, just download all the PDFs, keep it with you and solve a lot of questions regularly. Try to finish off all those PDFs. And imagine if you finish all those PDFs, and it is definitely easy to finish all those PDFs. There are, I think, around say 30 or 40 PDFs. Each of them will have around say 30 or 40 questions. So basically you have to solve around say 1000 to 1200 questions. Even if you're solving say 30-40 questions every day, you can finish it off in a month. And they're good quality questions. Once you do it, imagine how fast your speed will be. And if you're struggling with any of those questions, there is video solutions in the PDF itself. You have to click a button and you'll be redirected to the video solution. Do that, your speed will definitely improve. And this is what I would tell everybody, especially people whose concepts are good. If you feel that, okay, given enough time, I'm able to solve it. Or many times when people tell me that, okay, when I'm solving it, it feels very easy. It feels like very simple. There is no complication. But when they're trying to solve it on their own, they struggle to get the first few steps. That basically means that they lack the practice. So for those kind of people, I would urge you to solve. Use this last 1.5 months to solve as many questions as you can. Okay, I think the time is up. Let us try to answer this question. Ashok purchased pens and pencils in the ratio of 2:3 during his first visit, and he paid 86 to the shopkeeper. So he has some pens, he has some pencils. The ratio is 2:3 and he paid rupees 86 in the first visit. Okay. Note that we don't know how many he bought. They're just in the ratio of 2:3. So they can be 4 and 6, or they can be 6 and 9, they can be anything. During the second visit, he purchased pens and pencils in the ratio of 4:1. Okay. The second time he purchased in the ratio of 4:1 and he paid 112. The cost of a pen as well as a pencil is an positive integer. So let us assume that the cost of a pen is A and the cost of a pencil is B. If Ashok purchased 4 pens during his second visit, so here it is actually 4 pens. Therefore, the actual number of pencils also will be 1. Then the amount he paid for the pens during the second visit is, okay. So let us now assume that in the first visit, he bought 2K pens and 3K pencils. In the second visit, we are told that he bought 4 pens and 1 pencil. So the equation we get for the second time is 4A plus B is equal to 112. The equation we get for the first visit is 2K into A plus 3K into B is equal to 86. Or 2A plus 3B is equal to 86 divided by K. What we are told is that A and B are positive integers. So 86 divided by K has to be a positive integer. What are the factors of 86? The factors of 86 are either 1 or 2 or 43 or 86. So 86 divided by K, this has to be either 86 or this has to be 43 or this has to be 2 or this has to be 1. This has to be the value of 2A plus 3B. It will be 86 when K is equal to 1. It will be 43 when K is equal to 2. It will be 2 when K is equal to 43. And it will be 1 when K is equal to 86. These are the only factors of 86. This will be the value of 2A plus 3B. We already know that 4A plus B is 112. You can solve and you can immediately figure out that this cannot be equal to 1, surely. Because A is a positive integer, B is a positive integer, 2A plus 3B cannot be equal to 1. Similarly, 2A plus 3B cannot be equal to 2. Because again, A is a positive integer, B is a positive integer. The minimum value is 5 at least, right? 2A plus 3B. So the only two realistic things that we have to look at are 2A plus 3B is either 86 or 2A plus 3B is 43. We can even immediately disqualify 43. How can we do that? If 2A plus 3B is equal to 43, you multiply this with 2, you are going to get 4A plus 6B is equal to 86. But here 4A plus B is equal to 112. So 4A plus 6B cannot be equal to 86. It cannot be less than 112. In that case, B will be negative. Therefore, 2A plus 3B cannot be equal to 43. The only possibility therefore is that 2A plus 3B is 86 and 4a plus b is 112. So 4a plus b is 112. 2a plus 3b is 86. You multiply this with 2, you are going to get 4a plus 6b is equal to 172. So from this equation, if you subtract this equation, you are going to get 5b is equal to 60, or the value of b is 12. If b is 12, 4a will be equal to 100, or the value of a is equal to 25. Now what are we required to calculate? What we are required to calculate is the amount he paid in rupees for the pens during the second visit. So for the pens during the second visit, he bought 4 pens, that is 4a is what we are required to calculate. That will equal 100. So before going to the next question, let me give a shout out to all the students who got this question correct. At the same time, we have close to 160 people who are watching the stream live. We have 150 likes. Please like the stream, guys. I want to get to as many likes as possible. And let me give a shout out to all the students who got this correct. Okay. Ananta Krishna, Ashwathama, Priyal Gupta, Hari, Naman Agarwal, Surender, Niharika, Sandipto, Riya, Yash, 9C, Pratmesh, Aditya Kumar, Sonima Dwivedi, JG, Sanket, Sumit, Aman, Kushagra, Starly, Dhruv, Abhishek, Sudhanshu, Aryan, Umang, Vikas Chaudhary and Lekhan Reddy. I was actually pretty impressed, man. So many students got this correct. I actually felt this was not a very easy question, but I'm pretty happy that many of you got it correct. One more thing I wanted to tell you before going to the next slide is this is a slide which is useful for students who are just about starting their preparation. Like whatever I told you about the Cracku Quant questions or Cracku DLR questions, which I wanted you to download and solve, that is for the students who have actually either finished the concepts or comfort with the concepts. They are focusing on speed. That I think is very useful for them. These Cracku formula PDFs and the Cracku study material, this is for students who are just about starting the preparation. Whatever might be the case, I am not going to say anything to students who have just started their preparation right now, but I do get a lot of questions from students. Many times students tell me that, okay sir, I have 50 days left. I'm really struggling in quant. I'm not understanding what to do. What can I do in the last 50 days to somehow do better? Okay. For those kind of students who are really struggling in quant, the easiest or the lowest hanging fruit for you, the thing that is going to bring you the best return on the time invested, I would say is the formula PDF and the study material. Again, because there are just so many things, I don't want to put all of them in the link or in the description of this video. Do check it out if you find it. If you don't find it, just Google search Cracku formula PDFs. Okay. Because I don't want to put so many things in the description, it just gets clumsy. Just Google search Cracku formula PDF. You will get a list of all the formulas, all the important formulas. I can't actually show it here, but it will be something like this, where you have all the different topics: ratio and proportion, profit loss, simple compound interest, time speed distance, all the formulas. Download this PDF, go through the PDF regularly. That is the second thing I would tell you. If you really think about it, the total number of formulas that you would need to finish the syllabus is, say, maybe around 150 to 200. And geometry itself has a lot of formulas, but even if you remove geometry, you will have less than, like, say, 120 formulas that are needed. Download this PDF, go through the formulas regularly. Try to understand the formulas and try to understand the application of those formulas. This, I would say, is definitely very useful for students who just about started their preparation. You can look at the number of people who downloaded this PDF also. That is in lakhs. Okay, more than 1.2 lakh people have come to this page and they have downloaded this PDF. It is very, very useful. I hope the description में ये link है. अगर ये वीडियो के description में वो link नहीं है, बस Google search करो Cracku formula PDF. You will definitely get it. Okay, you will go to this kind of a page, download all the formulas. Okay, there will be just one PDF for all the formulas. This one, download it, but just don't download and keep it. Go through the formulas regularly. Otherwise, you will forget it. This, I would say, is very useful for students who have just started their preparation. The second thing is the free study material. This free study material, actually, I think whatever topic-wise PDFs that I told you earlier, if you're not finding the link, I think in this page, there will be a link for that. You can check it out. Again, if you want the link for this study material, it should be there in the description of this video, but suppose it is not there or you're not able to find it, just Google search Cracku CAT study material. You will go to this kind of a page. This has all the important free PDFs, all the previous year's papers, formula PDFs, sectional tests, score calculator, revision videos, all of this are there in the Cracku CAT study material. These two, I would say, are things for students who have just about started their preparation and they want to, I don't want to say it, but somehow they want to salvage the quant section in the last 50 days. For that, and there are a lot of people like that, and we can't, I don't want to say anything because people's lives are very, very different, no? They might have struggled, they might have been busy in the last 6 months. Somehow they might have just realized that, okay, I want to take CAT. Whatever might be the case, I don't want to judge or say anything. But if you are one of that student who wants to use this 50 days and try to improve in quant, and if you are really struggling in quant, I would say these two are going to help you quite a lot. Let us now go to the next question. Yeah. This I think is an interesting question, not a difficult one, but I want you to solve it. Yes, Surender, I'm an Arsenal fan. Siri Chandana is saying, I'm gaining more marks in individual sections compared to whole mock. How to fix it? I would say you have to take full length mocks regularly. That also, whatever you are facing is a very common thing. Many students face it, but that is something which has to be fixed. It is not something which will get fixed on its own. The reason for that, I feel, is because you are not able to concentrate for 2 hours in one go. So your concentration levels or your mental stamina is decreasing as the mock progresses. The only way to fix it is by taking more mocks. Try to take one mock every 4-5 days and try to get used to taking mocks and sitting at one place for 2 hours, focusing on the examination, all of those things. So that has to be taken care of. This is a common thing, it happens, but it is something that is serious and you have to put effort to fix it. Otherwise, it won't get fixed. Otherwise, on the day of the examination also, you will lose concentration or you will get distracted in the middle. You will underperform. That's basically what I'm saying. So to fix it, take a lot of mocks. Regularly take mocks. Okay guys, time is up. Let us try to solve this question. The amount with Amani is 80 more than that with Bhargav. So let us assume that the amount with Amani is A. A is equal to B plus 80. And Chindu has 50 less than the amount with Bhargav. So C is equal to B minus 50. David has 120 more than the sum of the amount with Bhargav and Chindu. Okay, so David has a lot of money. So D is equal to B plus C plus 120. The money with them when pooled together is in denominations of 10 and 20 rupees only. So all of them basically have only 10 and 20 rupees only. And together they have 500. So A plus B plus C plus D is equal to 500. So we have 4 variables A, B, C, D and we have 4 equations. We should be able to solve all of them. We are required to calculate the least number of 10 rupee notes that they have. So let us first solve them. Let us first calculate the value of A, B, C, D and then we will try to answer this question. A is B plus 80, B is B minus 50, D is B plus C plus 120. So D is equal to b plus c, which is b plus b minus 50 plus 120. This is equal to 2b plus 70. So this equation becomes equal to b plus 80 plus b plus b minus 50 plus d is 2b plus 70. This is equal to 500. If you are simplifying it, this is 30, this is 100, so this is 400. This is b, 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 3b, 5b. So the value of 5b is equal to 400, or the value of b is equal to 80. So what is the value of A? What is the value of C? What is the value of D? A is equal to B plus 80. So A is equal to 160. C is equal to B minus 50, which is 30. D is equal to 2B plus 70, which is 160 plus 70, which is 230. This is the denominations and the total money with each one of them. If you add all of them, you are going to get 500. So what is the minimum number of 10 rupee notes that is possible with them? The minimum number of 10 rupee notes with B will be 0. We can assume that he had 4 20 rupee notes. The minimum number of 10 rupee notes with A is again equal to 0. We can assume that he had 8 20 rupee notes. The minimum number of 10 rupee notes with C, however, is 1. Because he will have one 20 rupee note and one 10 rupee note. He can't have two 20 rupee notes because then it will be 40. He can have 3 10 rupee notes, but we are trying to minimize it. So the minimum number of 10 rupee notes with C is 1. Similarly with D, the minimum number of 10 rupee notes is 1. He can have 11 20 rupee notes, that will be 220, and one 10 rupee note. He can have more than one 10 rupee notes, but he will have at least one 10 rupee notes because essentially this number 23 is an odd number. So we are essentially saying that this is 20 rupee notes into 11 plus one 10 rupee note. This is the minimum 10 rupee notes that will be with him. So C will have at least one 10 rupee note, D will have at least one 10 rupee note. So all of them put together, the minimum number of 10 rupee notes is 2, which is option B. Let me look at and give a shout out to everybody who got it correct. We have 150 people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream, guys, and I'll tell you who got it correct. A lot of people got it correct. Very good. Wow. Naman Agarwal, Sid, Sumit, Priyal, Dinesh, Aman Anand, Sakshim Kaushik, Atreya Dasgupta, Vikas Chaudhary, Niharika, Pratik, Yash, Pujit, Surender, Ananta Krishna, Pratmesh, Hari, Akriti, Vishwanath, Aditya, Sai Kiran, Sanket, Vaishnavi, Sudhanshu, Mahesh, Yash, Karthik, Amol, Inian, Shakti, Kushagra, Yasir, Umang, Aryan, Siri Chandana, Ashish, Yash, Shrenik, Maulik, Varun, and Ayushman. I'm very happy, man. I have to read a lot of names, but it makes me happy that so many of you got it correct. Let us look at the next question. This also is an interesting question. Yeah, I think this also is an interesting question. We have 175 likes. Try to get another 125 more likes, guys. We have more than 150 people who are watching the stream live. So please do like the stream. We'll easily cross our 300 likes target. Okay, yes, she's saying, sir, after analyzing mocks, when I find gaps in my chapter practice and I need to quickly brush up only that concept, can I use those PDFs to quickly revise the concept? I would say, if you're looking for revision, one sec, I'll just explain. If you're looking for revision, quick revision, download the formula PDF. I would say the Cracku formula PDF. The Cracku formula PDF has formulas. I hope my handwriting is good. This is basically the Cracku formula PDF. In this PDF, you will have different topics and all the formulas that are important in that particular topic. If you want to revise the topic quickly, suppose you feel that, okay, I have done geometry, or in geometry I've done circles. I want to now look at all the formulas in circles. In one place, you'll get all the formulas here. Download this PDF. Whenever you want to revise, go to that particular topic and revise all the formulas. The thing about revising all the formulas is, once you look at a formula, you should understand it. You should not just mug it up. If you mug it up, you won't know how to apply it. Once you see the formula, even if you forget it, once you come back to it, you should understand, okay, this is a tangent, this is a secant. If I multiply these two numbers, I'm going to get this. Or this is a cyclic quadrilateral. If I multiply the diagonals, I'm going to get like sum of something, okay. Basically, you should understand the concept, okay. Then you use these formulas to quickly revise them. That is what I would use these formulas for. If you are looking for practice, sometimes somebody asked me in this stream only that, sir, if I'm given enough time, I can answer all the 20 questions. The only problem is I'm not able to solve them in 40 minutes. This is again such a common question that I get asked so often that I actually told my team to build these PDFs, where I told them, okay, select, like say, I don't want to give them so many questions. I told them select in every topic, like say 30-40 questions, maybe 50 questions in important topics, and give me PDFs for all of the important topics. For those guys, just search for Cracku Quant questions or something like that. If you want any particular topic, just search for Cracku, like say arithmetic questions PDF. If you put the PDF, I think you'll go to the PDF page. Just search for Cracku Quant questions PDF, you'll go to that page, download those PDFs, keep them with you, and then try to solve them. The point is, it is in your hands, man. Okay, you have 50 days, you have to solve as many questions as you can. The more questions you solve, the better your chances of doing well in the examination. Okay, time is up. Let us try to answer this question. Oh. Ajay buys X shirts at a discount of A% and sells about 20 shirts at a premium of A% from the initial mark price. Okay. If the initial investment is 7,200 and the cash received from sales is 6,600, what is the number of shirts he bought? Initial mark price is 100. If the initial mark price is 100, what is the cost price? That is, for Ajay, he is getting it at a discount of A%. So each shirt would be costing 100 into 1 minus A%. And what is the price at which Ajay is selling? Ajay is selling at a premium of A%. So he is selling at 100 into 1 plus A%. The problem, however, is he bought X shirts, but he did not sell all the X shirts. He did not sell 20 shirts, so he sold only X minus 20 shirts. So if you're looking at the total investment, that will be X into the cost price. So the first equation we'll have is X into 100 into 1 minus A% is equal to 7,200. Or X into 1 minus A% is equal to 72. This is the first equation from whatever he bought. The second equation is from whatever he sold. He sold X minus 20. Let me write it here. And each of them cost 100 into 1 plus A%. And he made 6,600. You can cancel both of them. So the second equation you will get is X minus 20 into 1 plus A% is equal to 66. So you have two equations and you have to find out the value of the number of shirts he bought. That is, we have to calculate the value of X. In these kind of questions, the easiest way to do it is to eliminate a. That is, in this question, 1 minus a percent in this equation is 72 divided by x, or a percent is equal to 1 minus 72 by x. In this equation, 1 plus a percent is equal to 66 by x minus 20, or a percent is equal to 66 by x minus 20 minus 1. Both of them have to be the same. And here we are required to calculate the value of x. So we'll just equate this to this and we'll solve the question. The equation, whatever equation you get, we'll try to solve it. So 66 by x minus 20 minus 1 is equal to 1 minus 72 by x, or this is 66 minus x plus 20, 86 minus x by x minus 20 is equal to x minus 72 by x. We can cross multiply. What we are going to get is 86x minus x square is equal to x square minus 92x plus 1440, because that is x minus 72 into x minus 20. X minus 72 into x minus 20 will be x square minus 92x plus 1440. You simplify this, you are going to get 2x square minus 178x plus 1440 is equal to 0. We can divide this by 2. X square minus 89x plus 720 is equal to 0. This is x minus 80 into x minus 9 is equal to 0. So the value of x is either 80 or it is equal to 9. So the number of shirts that he bought at the start is either 80 or he bought 9 shirts at the start. He can't buy 9 shirts at the start because we are told that he sold all but 20 shirts. So the number of shirts he sold has to be definitely greater than 20. So the number of shirts he bought is equal to 80. So the answer for this question is option D, which is 80. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct. We have a lot of people who are watching this stream live. Please do like the stream, guys. Then we will be able to reach more people when we stream next time. We have 170 people who are watching the stream live and we have 200 likes. Very good. But please do like the stream. Okay, let me give a shout out to everybody who got it correct. Kushagra, Priyal, Vikas Chaudhary, Sanket, Pratmesh, Isha, Aman Anand, Satvik, Meghashyam, Anantakrishnan, Umang, Akriti, Mahesh, Yash, Naman Agarwal, Vaishnavi, Shubham, I am a dashing, Sumit and Khushi. Well done, guys. This was not an easy question. This was also a lengthy question, but all of you have done well, so that is good to see. This also is a lengthy question, not very trivial, so try to solve it. Yes, Joel, I'm an Arsenal fan, very big Arsenal fan. Rudra Roy is saying, sir, these are tough for me, I'm stressed. No, don't be stressed. I know these are not easy questions. These are slightly tough questions. But on the day of the examination, the whole point is you have to identify the easy questions and solve them. Even if you solve the easy questions, you will be doing pretty well. Many people underperform because they are not able to identify the easy questions. So try to do the best that you can. Don't feel stressed, don't feel nervous and panic. Whatever time you have, around 50 days, try to make the best use of those 50 days. Try to improve as much as you can. Do everything that is there in your hands. Don't worry about the results. Focus on what you can do. Divyansh More is saying, sir, I've forgotten the quants concept because of this. I'm not able to solve quants question. Should I focus on the concept again or solve more questions? Please help, sir. Divyansh, I would say try to revise the concepts quickly. If you're not comfortable with the concepts, there is no point in trying to solve questions. That is, if you're absolutely like struggling with the concepts, then what will you do when you have a question? Okay, so try to first get some understanding of the concepts. The best way to do it is watching some revision video. We have a lot of revision videos on our YouTube channel. Try to use them to solve it. Or like I mentioned earlier, try to just Google search the Cracku formula PDF. Download that formula PDF. It has formula PDF across different topics. Try to revise quickly the formulas. Try to see if you are understanding them. And then maybe you can start answering questions. Okay, I think this also is done. Let us try to solve this. If m and n are positive integers such that 7m plus 11n is 200, then the minimum possible value of m plus n is. In this kind of an equation, when you are given one equation, you have two variables m and n, and you are required to calculate the values, all the possible values. The best way to do it is first use trial and error. Try to find out one such value for m and n. If you are able to find out one such value for m and n, finding out all the remaining values is very easy. But to find out the first value, there is no better way than just trial and error. That is the fastest way, that is the quickest way. In this particular case, you have 7m plus 11m. Like I mentioned earlier, the first thing you should do, the tricky part is identifying one pair of m and n which solve this equation. And just do trial and error. You have 200. Look for the multiples of 11 which are less than 200. That will apply for 11n. You have 220 which is 20 into 11. You have 209 which is 19 into 11. You have 198 which is 18 into 11. But that would imply that 7m has to be 2. So this is not possible. What is the next smaller multiple of 11? That will be 17 into 11 which is 187. In that case, 7m will be 13. But this also is not a multiple of 7, so this also cannot be the answer. If you look for 16 into 11, that will be 176. And 7m therefore will be 24. But again, this is not an integer. The next value will be 15 into 11, which is 165. And then 7m will be 35. This is a multiple of 7. So this is a valid solution for m and n, and in this particular case m will be 5 and n will be 15. Once you have it, the next possible alternative will come when you multiply 7 and 11. What are you going to get? You are going to get 77. So you decrease 165 by 77, you increase 35 by 77. That is the only next alternative. So once you identify the first pair which solves it, take the LCM, that is the least common multiple of 7 and 11. The least common multiple of 7 and 11 is 77. Once you identify it, just add 77 to 35, you are going to get 112. And from 165, you subtract 77, you are going to get 88. This is the next other possible solution. In this particular case, the value of m will be 112 divided by 7. 112 divided by 7 is 16. The value of n is 88 divided by 11, which is 8. The next case will come when again you add 77 to this and you subtract 77 from this. If you add 77 to 112, you are going to get 189. If you subtract 77 from 88, you are going to get 11. This is the next solution. What is 189 divided by 7? That will be the value of m. 189 divided by 7 is 27. And 11 divided by 11 is 1. So these are the three solutions. In the first case, m plus n is 20, which is the smallest possible value of m plus n. In this case, it is 16 plus 8, which is 24, which is greater. In this case, it is 27 plus 1, which is 28. Only in the first case is it 5 plus 15, which is 20. So the smallest possible value of m plus n is 20. That will be the answer. Just to reiterate how we got this. Once you have an equation like this, which is 7m plus 11n is equal to 200, you have to use trial and error to find out the first pair of m and n which solve this equation. For that, what we did is we noted down the multiples of 11 which are less than 200. We started with 198, then 187, then 176, then 165. At 165, we realized that 200 minus 8, which is 35, is a multiple of 7. So over here, for the first time, we'll have m as an integer and n as an integer. That solution is this one. Once you are able to identify the first solution, getting the next solutions and all the possible solutions is very easy. You have to just calculate the LCM of 7 and 11, which in this particular case is 77. So keep decreasing 165 by 77 and keep increasing 35 by 77. The next one will be 112 and 88. The next one will be 189 and 11. The next one over here will be greater than 200, so we are not going there. So we have three possible solutions. These are the three possible solutions. In each of them, we calculated the value of m plus n. It is smallest in the first case. So the answer for this question is 20. Before going to the next one, let me quickly give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct. We have so many people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream, guys. I want to get to 300 likes before the stream ends. And the people who got this question correct, again, a lot of people got it correct, man. Very nice to see. Yash Darji, Anand Krishnan, Vikas Chaudhary, Madan Tamil, Aditya, Satvik, Pratik, Sanket, Ayushman, Vishal Datta, Atreya, Priyal, Shreyas, Aman Anand, Lakshya Jain, Kushagra, Swastik, Vaishnavi, Shubham Gupta, Devesh, Swastik, Sudhanshu, Mahesh, Abhishek, Supraja, Pratmesh, Akula Venkat Sai Kiran, Nimish, Vishwanath, Srenik, Nitin Chanakyagunam, Ekta, Aryan, Naman, Aryan, Hasini, Animesh, Umang, Meghashyam, Khushi, Hari, Ashish, Anushri, Umang, Aditya, Pujit, Ayama and Mrinal. A lot of names, takes me a lot of time to read the names, but I'm going to read all the names because I feel that it is good to see so many people get the question correct. Let us look at the next question. This also is an important question. These kind of questions are again asked in CAT, so try to solve it. Matthew is saying, sir, should I start doing daily sectional tests from now till CAT, including weekend mock and Tuesday and NMAT mock? I think that is fine. I think that is a good idea. Just ensure that you're taking at least one full-length mock every week. That I think is good enough. And you can spend the remaining days taking sectionals. Yes, sir is saying, sir, can we subtract or add 77 to m and n interchangeably? What if there are multiple possibilities? We will have multiple possibilities. Because you have only one equation and two variables, m and n, you will have multiple possibilities. That is fine. So that should not be any cause for concern. But to get those multiple possibilities quickly, you have to, from 7m, the first thing that we got was that 7m is 35 and 11n is 165. So keep adding 77 to 35 because you are adding 77 to 35 from the other one, that is from 11n, which is 165, decrease 77. So for one you have to add 77, for the other you have to subtract 77. So that the overall sum remains the same, which is 200. Vedantika is saying, sir, for all linear equations in two variables, can we find the LCM of the coefficients of the two variables and obtain the other pairs? That is correct, Vedantika. Whenever you are given two variables and one equation, and you are told that they are integers, you should be told that both the variables are integers, which is definitely will be the case in most of these kind of questions. In that particular case, identify the first pair using trial and error. After that, subtract the LCM of the coefficients from 1 and add the LCM to the other so that the overall sum remains the constant. Then you can continue to do it to get all the pairs. You can definitely do it. Okay, thanks. Okay. Okay guys, the time is up. Let us try to solve this question. Here we are told that there are two passengers who are boarding a flight were found to have between them 34.5 kgs of luggage. So let us assume that the first guy has A kgs and the second guy has B kgs. So basically what we are told is that A plus B is equal to 34.5 kgs. What we are also told is that as per the excess luggage policy for the operator, the passengers were made to pay 3.75 and 6 rupees for the excess weight of their luggage. That seems ridiculously small, but okay. So the first guy, this guy paid 3.75 rupees and this guy paid 6 kgs. 6 rupees, sorry. Later they found that if the same luggage was belonging to just one person, that is if that guy carried A plus B kgs, how much would he have paid? He would have paid 13.5 rupees. Okay. What is the free luggage allowed for each passenger? Again, this kind of a question is an important question because I've seen these kind of questions often asked in the examination. Let us assume that the free luggage is allowed per person is F, and assume that the variable component, that is how much they have to pay per 1 kg extra, is V per kg. For every excess kg, suppose they are paying V rupees per kg. So how much would the first guy pay? He bought a total of A kgs. The first F kgs are free. So he crossed that free luggage limit by A minus F. And for each one of those kgs, he has to pay V. This is equal to 3.75. The second guy has B kgs. The free component is F. So B minus F into V, this is equal to 6 kgs. And the third time, when only one passenger is going, he is carrying A plus B kgs. Again, the free component is F. So he has exceeded it by A plus B minus F into V. This we are told is 13.5. These are the equations that we are given. We are asked to calculate the value of F. If you are adding both of them, the first two equations, we can take V common. So we are essentially getting A plus B minus 2F into V is equal to 3.75 plus 6, which is 9.75. Now these two equations, if you take the ratio of them, if you divide one by the other, you are going to get A plus B minus F divided by A plus B minus 2F. This is equal to 13.5 divided by 9.75. But what we know about A plus B is that A plus B is equal to 34.5. Therefore, 34.5 minus F divided by 34.5 minus 2F is equal to, we can simplify this, 13.5 divided by 9.75. If you multiply both the numerator and denominator with 4, you are going to get this as 54 divided by 39. Even this we can simplify. We'll just multiply the numerator and denominator with 2 because I want to eliminate the decimals. So this will be 69 minus F divided by 69 minus 2F. So 69 minus F divided by 69 minus 2F is 54 divided by 39. Now let us just cross multiply. If you are cross multiplying, you are going to get 69 into 39 minus 39f is equal to 69 into 54 minus 108f. Right? Yeah. So if you bring this to the other side, 69 into 54 minus 69 into 39 is 69 into 15. This is equal to, if you are bringing this to the other side, 108f minus 39f will be 69f. So you can cancel both of them. Okay, something seems off because yeah, this is not 69 minus 2f, this will be 69 minus 4f. I think I messed up completely, guys. If I'm multiplying this, basically when I'm multiplying this with 2, 34.5 minus f divided by 34.5 minus 2f, if I'm multiplying the numerator with 2 and the denominator with 2, I'll be getting 69 minus 2f divided by, if I'm multiplying the denominator with 2, I'm getting 69 minus 4f. Now if I'm cross multiplying, it is 39 into 69, this is fine, but then it is 39 into 2f, so this will be 78f. And it will be 54 into 69, that is fine, but it will be minus 54 into 4f, so this will be 216f. So now if I'm bringing 69 into 54 minus 69 into 39, I'm getting 69 into 15, but then 216 minus 78f, this will be 69 into 15, this is fine, but this will be 138f. So this is 2, or the value of f is 7.5. I mentioned this so many times that people make silly mistakes. This is how silly mistakes happen, okay? And even I commit silly mistakes where basically the way it works is once you start solving it and once you come to some sort of a position where you feel that, okay, I can just solve mechanically, I'll get the answer, okay? The starting of the question I would say is always important, but once you start it, you know that if I just continue to solve this equation, I'll get the answer. So you become slightly casual. And when you become slightly casual, you make this kind of silly mistakes. Now in the options, luckily there was not 15 kgs. So if I had actually gotten 15 kgs and I would have tried to come and mark the answer, I would have noticed that, okay, there is no 15 kgs. Then I'll again try to see where I made a mistake. But suppose this is a theta question, or suppose 15 kgs was one of the options. I would have just marked it and gone to the next one. You should not do it. Basically, essentially what I'm saying is, once you start solving a question, and when you know that you will get the question correct, okay, after like say the first 4-5 steps, you know that you are on the right track. Don't get casual. Once you get casual or once you slightly switch off your brain, you make this kind of mistakes. And if I had made this kind of a mistake in the examination, I would have felt so bad. So don't do that. And it happens to everyone. Okay, let me give a shout out to everybody who got this correct. We have 150 people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream. We need another 100 likes. The people who got this question correct are Priyal, Vikas, Shaurya, Niharika, Yesh, Niket, Sanket, Maulik, Meghasham, Mahesh, Aman Anand, Matthew, Mrinal, Hirok, Lakshya, Kalnik, Kushagra, Garvit, Devesh, Aditya, Umang, Ashish, Saral, Khushi, Siri Chandana and Abhishek. Well done guys, let us look at the next one. Yeah, some people were actually asking about the scholarship test. This is a test only for the students who are focusing on CAT 2026 or CAT 2027. This is not a scholarship test for people who are very serious about this CAT, but some people are looking for say the next year's CAT. So we have started a scholarship test. The test will happen tomorrow in the morning. It will be for exactly 1 hour. You can register for it and you can take it. You can take it only at that time at 10 a.m. It will not be available. You can take the test, but you will not be eligible for the scholarship. So try to ensure that you're registering for it today. And if you're interested in CAT 2026, that is next year's CAT, then you can take this. And if you're doing well in it, you will get a scholarship on our CAT 2026 courses. Let us look at the next question. Okay guys, we have 150 people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream. Jitu is saying, sir, how to attack dense RC passages? Sometimes I'm able to solve only 2 out of 4 RCs. This is happening even in PYQs. Please help. One of the things I would tell you is anybody who is aiming for a high score in CAT, and my definition of a high score is say 95 percentile plus. Anybody who is aiming for 95 plus, I would say has to attempt all the 24 questions in verbal. If you're leaving some of the verbal questions, if you're leaving one para summary question, that is fine. 1 or 2 para summary question or 1 or 2 verbal questions is fine. But I don't want you to leave an entire RC. An entire RC is 12 marks. Okay, it is 4 questions. If you are leaving 4 questions, you are giving yourself lesser chance to actually qualify for the examination. One way to look at it is, suppose you're playing cricket, okay, and you're not comfortable with a particular bowler, or say India's like playing against some strong bowling attack, like say Australia, and then you are saying that, okay, against their top bowler, I will just score 0 runs in his 10 overs. That is not going to work. That is not realistic, right? Because you can't score all your runs in 40 overs and try to win the match. You can sometimes win the match, but that is a bad strategy. You should aim to score at least in those 10 overs, some 15 runs or 20 runs or some marks. It should not happen that because one bowler is tough, you'll score 0 runs. Okay, you'll just hold your wickets and score 0 runs. That is not a realistic strategy. That is not even a good strategy. I'm not saying that you should attack that bowler and get a lot of runs. But completely leaving all those 10 overs is not a good strategy. Similarly, even in verbal, I don't want you to leave an entire RC because you want to improve the accuracy in the other questions. That I think is not a good strategy. That I would say is the first thing. Second thing is, if you want to become faster at solving RCs, your reading speed has to improve. You have to read a lot of articles on a daily basis. And you should be familiar with a lot of different types of topics. It should not happen that there is one particular topic, say a philosophy topic, and you are just like so bored. That will happen if you don't read articles enough. So I would say read articles regularly, consistently, every single day, and try to aim to solve all the 4 RCs. This is especially true for somebody who is aiming for 95 percentile in CAT. Leaving one entire RC, I think, is not a good strategy. Okay, let us try to answer this question, guys. An ATM contains 100 notes. The notes are 5 rupee notes, 10 rupee notes, and 20 rupee denominations. The total value of the notes is 1500 rupees. If the number of 10 rupee notes and 20 rupee notes is exchanged, the net value goes down by rupees 400. The number of 20 rupee notes in the machine is. So let us assume that the number of 5 rupee notes is A. Okay, sorry guys we had some issue, the laptop just shut down. Please do invite all the other guys. Please, I'll just tell my team also to post again in all the groups so that people can come back online, and then we'll start the session again in just 1 minute. We are definitely live, just give me 1 minute. Okay, post in all the WhatsApp groups again that we are live. Okay, I think most of the people have joined us back. So I'll again explain this from the start so that I don't know when it started buffering. I was just continuing to teach for some time. So let me start explaining again for this question. What we will assume is that the number of 5 rupee notes is A. The number of 10 rupee notes is B. And the number of 20 rupee notes is C. Now what we know is that the total number of notes is given to us, that is equal to 100. So A plus B plus C is equal to 100. This is the first equation we'll write. We also know that the total value of the notes is 1500. This would imply that 5A, which is the value of the 5 rupee notes, plus 10B plus 20C is equal to 1500. We are also told that if the number of 10 rupee notes and 20 rupee notes is alternated, the value drops by 400. So 5A plus 20B plus 10C is equal to 1100. In this kind of questions, it is also important that you have to figure out which variable you have to calculate. There are 3 equations and 3 variables. So we can definitely solve it to calculate the value of A, B and C. But in CAT, every second matters. So you have to identify what is it that we are required to calculate. We are required to calculate the number of 20 rupee notes. So we have to calculate the value of C. If you identify it, maybe you will save 10 seconds or 15 seconds or 20 seconds. That matters. So in this particular case, we will divide this equation with 5. We will divide this equation with 5. So the second equation would tell us that A plus 2B plus 4C is equal to 300. And the third equation says that A plus 4B plus 2C is equal to 220. You subtract one equation from the other, you are left with 2C minus 2B is equal to 80, or the value of C minus B is equal to 40. So we have one equation in C and B. We will eliminate the value of A in this equation. So the value of A is equal to 100 minus B minus C, and from this equation the value of A is equal to 300 minus 2B minus 4C. Basically these two have to be the same. We are trying to eliminate the value of A, that variable A. So 300 minus 2B minus 4C is equal to 100 minus B minus C. So 200 is equal to B plus 3C. And here we have C minus B is 40. Here we have B plus 3C is 200. We are required to calculate the value of C. So if we add both of these equations, we are going to get 4C is equal to 240, or the value of C is equal to 60. We can also calculate the value of B. The value of B will be 20, but the value of C is what we need, which is equal to 60. So the answer for this question is option D. I think I'll try to see if I can give a shout out to everybody who got this correct. We have 140 people who are watching the stream live. Please do like the stream, guys. I think because of the network issue, we don't have the list of everybody who got this correct. So I'll give a shout out for the next question. Okay. This is again, in my opinion, a tough question. I hope you actually got it correct. We have close to 150 people who are watching the stream live. I need 75 more likes, guys. Then we'll hit our target of 325. So please do like the stream, especially because of the network issue. Some people would have left. So if you like the stream, more people will join us. Let me look at the chat also. Aiti Mulani saying, sir, can we get a PDF for these questions? Interesting, man. I'll see if that is possible. It should be possible. We'll try to add it to the description of this video. Okay, this is a tough question, but that is the point, no? I wanted to solve some tough questions also. So basically what we are told is that the students of a school stand in a rectangle for an assembly. Each row has 8 boys and each column has 10 girls. There are 16 empty spaces in the rectangle. What is the number of possible values of the students in the school? So let us assume that this is the rectangle. Now all the students are standing like this. It has some rows and it also has some columns. Now let us assume that in this rectangle the total number of rows is A. The total number of columns is B. So the total number of points in this rectangle is A into B. So if you are looking at the total number of students, okay guys, I think I'm live now. Please do like the stream. And please again give us just a couple of minutes so that we'll again start the session. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay. Laptop restart చేస్తే మళ్ళీ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తా బట్ ఐ యామ్ 100% sure within 10 minutes it's going to crash again. Okay. Okay guys, sorry for this issue. The laptop is getting heated, man, and that's why it's crashing. We're trying to fix it. For now it will work, but if it crashes again, you just know that we'll come back again. So don't worry about it. So we have 126 people who are watching the stream live. That is good. Please do like it so that people who have left the stream because of these issues will again join back. So let us try to solve this. What we're essentially saying is that assume that in this rectangle there are A rows and B columns. So the total number of vertices, all of these points, will be A into B, and there are 16 empty spaces. So this would imply that the total number of students is A into B minus 16. Now, how many boys are there? We are told that each row has 8 boys. So the number of boys is equal to 8A. How many girls are there? We are told that there are 10 girls in every column. So the number of girls is equal to 10B. It would imply that the number of boys, which is 8A, plus the number of girls, which is 10B, has to equal the total number of students, which is A into B minus 16. So essentially what we are asked is to calculate how many solutions does this equation have. in this kind of an equation, it is important for you to know that in a linear equation, these kind of equations come often. You have to try to find or complete a product over here. What I mean by this is, you can write this as AB minus 8A minus 10B is equal to 16. This is from here. Here you have the product of the variables AB. You have A and B in linear terms. One has minus 8 and one has minus 10. So essentially this will be of the form A minus 10 into B minus 8. Because if you are looking at A minus 10 into B minus 8, what are the terms of this product? The product will be A into B minus, sorry, this will be A minus 8, A, no, this is it, okay. Yeah, this I think is correct. A minus 10 into B minus 8. So this will be A into B minus 10B minus 8A plus 80. Essentially what we are saying is that this product is AB minus 10B minus 8A plus 80. Here we have AB minus 10B minus 8A. We just need this constant term of plus 80. So we'll add plus 80 over here and we'll add plus 80 over here. Now this left hand side is equal to A minus 10 into B minus 8. This is equal to 16 plus 80, which is 96. This form of completing a product is very important in many of the questions. So try to learn how to do it. It is very simple. You have to use this kind of a method when you have the product of the variables A into B and you have a linear term in A and in B. In this kind of a question, you can always complete a product. Now, how many values of A and B are there? That depends on how many factors 96 has. So let us try to express 96 as a product of two terms. 96 can be expressed as 1 into 96 or 2 into 48 or 3 into 32 or 4 into 24 or 6 into 16 or 8 into 12. These are all the ways in which we can express 96 as a product of two terms. In this particular case, A minus 10 can be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 or 8, or A minus 10 can be 12 or 16 or 24 or 32 or 48 or 96. There are 12 factors for 96. A minus 10 can be any one of those 12 factors, and correspondingly the other number will be equal to B minus 8. So in each one of these cases, we are going to get a value for A, we are going to get a value for B, and we'll get a value for A plus B. So the correct answer for this, how many possible values are there for the total number of students, which is equal to A into B minus 16, will be equal to the number of factors of 96, which is equal to 12. So the answer for this question is 12. I hope this was I think I'm back. Let us look at the next question. This also is an interesting question. Now we are looking at quadratic equations. I hope there won't be any other distractions and stopping of the stream. Okay, we have 130 people who are watching the stream live. Guys, some people have left because of the issues that we faced. Please do like the stream so that more people will join us. And to get to 325 likes, we just need 64 more likes. So please do like it. Okay, I think time is up, guys. Let us try to answer this question. So in this question, we are told that p plus q plus r is 0. What can be said about the roots of the quadratic equation? P square minus qr into x square plus 2q square minus prx plus r square minus pq is equal to 0. In a quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. What is the discriminant of a quadratic equation? If you denote it by d, this discriminant is b square minus 4ac, and this discriminant is very useful in a quadratic equation. If this discriminant d is greater than 0, this quadratic equation will have two unique or distinct real roots. They are not equal to each other. If d is equal to 0, the roots will be real, but they will be equal. So equal real roots. That is, in this particular case, it will be a perfect square. Something like x minus 5 whole square. How many equations or how many roots are there for x minus 5 whole square? The value is x has to equal 5. X is real, but both the roots will be equal to 5. They are essentially equal to each other. Those kind of things happen when d is equal to 0. That is, the discriminant is equal to 0. If discriminant d is less than 0, the roots will be complex. What is complex? Complex is basically not needed for CAT, but just for you to understand, if say you are told that x square is equal to minus 9, x square is negative. If x square is negative, the roots will be complex. So that will happen in this kind of a situation, and it is not needed for CAT. What we are looking for in this case is trying to see if the discriminant is greater than 0 or the discriminant is equal to 0. If you are looking at it, what is the discriminant of this entity? The discriminant d is equal to the square of the coefficient of x, which is 4 into q square minus pr whole square minus 4 times a into b, that is p square minus qr into r square minus pq. This is the discriminant. So if you remove 4, if you write basically d divided by 4, this will be q square minus pr whole square, which is q to the power 4 minus 2q square pr plus p square r square minus p square r square, or I can just add this over here so that there is no confusion, r cube q minus r cube q minus p cube q plus p q square r. This is the discriminant. This is, if you simplify, q to the power 4, you can cancel these two, okay, plus q r cube plus q p cube minus 3 q square pr. Now most of you would figure out what exactly needs to be done. You just take q common and you are going to get p cube plus q cube plus r cube minus 3pqr. Now this is equal to 0 if p plus q plus r is equal to 0. Remember this always. If a plus b plus c is equal to 0, then a cube plus b cube plus c cube minus 3 times abc will be equal to 0. So in this particular case, we are told that p plus q plus r is 0. We are told that in the question itself. P plus q plus r is 0. Therefore, this discriminant is equal to 0. And what will happen to a quadratic equation when the discriminant is 0? The roots are equal and they are real. So that would be option B. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct. Please do like the stream, guys, so that all the distractions because of the network issues will be removed and more people can join us. And the people who got it correct, I don't think I have the data for that, but let us go for the next question. This is a simple question, try to solve it. Okay, the people who got it correct for the last question is Priyal Gupta, Vikas Chaudhary, Akuja Venkat Sai Kiran, Khushi, Atreya, Yash Daji, Sonima Dwivedi, JG, Dinesh Kumar Nayak, and I am a dashing. Guys, please do like the stream. So please change your phone password, it is visible to us. Okay man, I'll do it. I don't know how you found it, but yeah. How did you find it? Guys, we have 140 people on the stream. Please do like the stream, guys. Again, we are back. Hopefully there will be no distractions. So in this question, we are told that alpha plus beta are the roots of the equation ax squared plus bx plus c is equal to 0. And we are required to calculate the value of this particular expression. It seems complex, but it is not complex. In general, most of the quadratic equation questions are not complex. So if ax squared plus bx plus c is equal to 0, what we know is that the sum of the roots is equal to minus b by a, and the product of roots is equal to c by a. So what we know is that alpha plus beta is equal to minus b by a, and alpha into beta is equal to c by a. This is what we know. So in this particular expression, if you just simplify it, you take a common denominator. This will be, you divide it, it will be a into alpha plus b into a into beta plus b, and the numerator is a beta plus b plus a alpha plus b. So now if you simplify it, the numerator is a times alpha plus beta plus 2b, and the denominator is a square alpha beta plus, this is b alpha beta, that is a square alpha beta plus ab alpha plus ab beta plus b square. This is the denominator. What we know is that alpha plus beta is minus b by a. So a into alpha plus beta is minus b. So this is minus b plus 2b divided by alpha beta is c by a. So this is a by c. Sorry, this is a square into c by a. So this is ac and this is AB into alpha plus beta. AB into alpha plus beta is AB into minus B by A, which is minus B square plus B square. You cancel both of them, so you're essentially left with B by AC. So the answer for this question is option B. Let me give a shout out to the people who got this correct. And I would appreciate that, because this, from the looks of it, initially would seem like slightly intimidating. There are alpha, beta, all of these things, but people have actually gotten it correct. So that would be, I think that would definitely deserve a shout out. And the people who got it correct are Shreyas, Yasser, Sonima, Akriti, Krish, Sudhanshu, Ayama, Satvik, Aman Anand, Ayush, Devesh, Aditya, Pujit, JG, Pujit, Nandana Kumaran, Vedantika, Sanket, Yash, Khushi, Nitin Chanakya Gunam, Abhishek, Siri Chandan, Dubaka, Hope, Umang Srivatsav. And yeah, I don't want to read the names of people who are posting their nicknames. I'll just read it now. Next episode, please. But I don't want to do it next time, man, because I want to read out actual names. This is for students who are preparing for CAT 2025. We are starting a new batch. This probably might be the last batch. It is a 45-day batch. It is starting from Monday. So if you're looking for enrolling, or if you are looking for a course which will help you make the best use of the remaining 45 days, you should definitely check it out. We do have live classes on weekdays. All the live classes on Monday, I take them. On Tuesday, Sayali takes them. And towards the end, I think in the middle of November, I will be taking most of the live classes. I want to revise all quant and all LRDA for all the premium students. So anybody who is looking to enroll for a 45-day crash course should definitely check it out. You can call us on this number to get any details about the courses. Let us look at the next question. Okay, let me see if there are any questions. Madan Tamili Singh said, when VRC marathon will be available? Good question. If you are looking for a VRC marathon, try to get us to 350 likes for this stream. Then I'll try to get Sayali to do a VRC marathon in the next 1 or 2 weeks. Krish Pasari Singh said, one request, can you please make Cracku daily targets available on weekends? They are something I look forward to every day. I'll try to do that. It is difficult. I'll tell you why also. Because I don't want to intimidate or overwhelm people also. There are so many people who do Cracku daily targets on a daily basis, and they feel very happy or very satisfied after or when they are maintaining the streak. And I don't want to push them too much. I don't want to tell them, okay, you have to do it on 5 days. You have to do it on Saturday. You have to do it on Sunday. Because on Saturday and Sunday, they might want to revise something else. They might want to take some mocks. So I want to not push them too much. That is one of the reasons I gave a break on Saturday and Sundays for any backlogs that might happen. People are also working, no? So not every day is in their own control. So if they have any backlogs during the week, I want them to ensure that they do it on weekends. That is also one of the reasons I don't want to give daily targets on weekends. Okay. In this question, what we are told is f of x is equal to ax square plus bx plus c. Let me change the color to white. So f of x is equal to ax square plus bx plus c, and a is not equal to 0. We are told that f of 9 is equal to 9 times f of 1, and f of x is equal to 0 has equal roots. Which of the following is a possible root of f of x is equal to 0? Like we discussed earlier, if you have an equation, a quadratic equation, which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, this will have equal roots if and only if the discriminant d is equal to 0. What is the discriminant of a quadratic equation? It is b square minus 4ac. So we want this to be equal to 0. And we also are given f of 9 is equal to 9 times f of 1. F of 9 is equal to 81a plus 9b plus c. This is equal to 9 times f of 1, which is 9 times a plus b plus c, or 72a is equal to 8c, or the value of c is equal to 9a. This is one equation in a and c. The second thing that we know is that f of x is equal to 0 has equal roots. That would imply that the discriminant is equal to 0. If the discriminant is equal to 0, b square is equal to 4ac. So b square is equal to 4 times a into c is basically 9a. This is equal to 36a square. So the value of b is either 6a or minus 6a. So the quadratic equation is of the form ax square plus 6ax plus 9a is equal to 0. This is if b is equal to 6a, or ax square minus 6ax plus 9a is equal to 0. In this form, if you divide the entire equation with a, this is basically x square plus 6x plus 9 is equal to 0. Or again, if you divide it by a, x square minus 6x plus 9 is equal to 0. This is x plus 3 whole square is equal to 0, or x minus 3 whole square is equal to 0. So x is either equal to minus 3 or plus 3. These are the two possible roots for this given quadratic equation. We are given 1, 2, 3, 4. So only 3 is matching. So the answer for this question is 3. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this correct. That's not available, so let me go to the next question. Sorry for not giving a shout out, guys. Okay guys, we got 284 likes. We just need another 40 likes, man. Or try to get to 350 likes before the stream ends. I'll get Sayali to do a nice VARC marathon. So 350 likes for VARC marathon next weekend. Sir, how to guess that the given equation is closest to a minus 10 into b minus 8. Is there any standard method to do it? Okay, what I would do is, there is no standard method, but basically the equation we had at that time was something like a into b. Suppose the equation you have is a into b minus a 20a minus 30b is equal to some number, say 120. This number 120 is not needed. It is not important to figure out what is the product. What is important is, if you are looking at these two, what does this look at? This is, if you take a common, it is a into b minus 20. So this should be of the form b minus 20 into, if you take this common with this, you take b common, you will get a minus 30. So this should be of the form b minus 20 into a minus 30. That is the trick that I use. Whenever you are given ab minus 20a minus 30b, some random number, is equal to something, this is not important for this product. What is important is the coefficient of a and the coefficient of b. Because in this particular case, what will happen? This will be ab minus 20a minus 30b plus 600. So if you are given this equation, what I would do is, I'd add 600 here and I would add 600 to the right hand side. So this becomes 720. And I have to essentially figure out the number of factors of 720. That will be the answer. I hope it is clearer for you now. Okay, I think the time is up. Let us try to solve this question. This is an interesting question. We are asked to calculate the maximum possible value of minimum of 7 plus minimum of y and minus 3 and y minus 6. This seems very complex. The first time I looked at it, I thought, okay, this seems like a crazy question. But it is not a crazy question. Because if you think about it, we have to first identify, we have to come from inside, we have to identify what is the value of min of y comma minus 3. And there are cases for it. One case is if y is less than or equal to minus 3. The second case is when y is greater than minus 3. These are the two cases. When y is less than or equal to minus 3, minimum of y and minus 3 will be equal to y. When y is greater than minus 3, minimum of y and minus 3 is equal to minus 3. So in the first case, when y is less than or equal to minus 3, this entire expression becomes equal to minimum of y plus 7 and y minus 6. And always y plus 7 is greater than y minus 6. For whatever is the value of y, if you are adding 7 to it, that will be greater than when you are subtracting 6 from it. So minimum of y plus 7 and y minus 6 is always equal to y minus 6. And here we know that y is less than or equal to minus 3. So in this particular case, the maximum value of y minus 6 is when y is equal to minus 3 and it will equal minus 9. This is the max possible value in this particular window. In the other side, when y is greater than minus 3, minimum of y and minus 3 is minus 3. Now this expression will become equal to minimum of 7 minus 3 and y minus 6. This is equal to minimum of 4 and y minus 6. Now what is the maximum value of it? The maximum value will be equal to 4. Why is that the case? Because if y minus 6 is less than 4, the value will be y minus 6. But if y minus 6 is greater than 4, suppose y is a big number, suppose y is equal to 20, that will be 20 minus 6, which is 14. But here we have minimum of 4 and y minus 6. So the maximum value this can take is 4. And you can also say that it will take the value of 4 when y is greater than or equal to 10. Because y minus 6 is equal to 4 when y is greater than or equal to 10. Anyway, in the second part, the maximum value that the expression can take is 4. In the first part, the maximum value the expression can take is minus 9. So overall, the maximum value that the expression can take is 4. So the answer for this question is option B. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct, and after that we'll go to the next question. Okay. Nitin Chanakya Gunam, Akriti Agarwal, Akkoja Venkat Sai Kiran, Sudhanshu Saini, Vikas Chaudhary, Aryan Place, Sonima Dwivedi, Anant Krishnan, Nanda, Shubham, Vishwanath, Atre Dasgupta, Anaga Jairam, Devesh, Atya Kumar, and Siri Chandana Dubaka. All of you guys have done well. This is the next question. This is a simple question. I gave only 2 minutes for this because this is a fairly straightforward question. Guys, please do like the stream. We have 125 people who... Yes, sir, Arafat. Sorry, sir, could not understand the concept here. Basically, you have to simplify it. You have to find different ranges for y. In the middle, there is a expression which is minimum of y comma minus 3. So I was considering two intervals. Garvit Jain is saying, sir, can you please explain this sum again? Okay. I'll explain this sum, man. Just let me go back. Let the time be done for this and then I'll explain that also once. Suresh Agrawal, sir, a few geometry topics are still pending. Should I leave them or start solving questions directly? Learn remaining topics from them. Without knowing the concepts, I think solving questions is not ideal. That is what I would say. Maybe spend some time to learn the concepts, but don't spend too much time. Once you know a concept or a theory, then I think that should be sufficient. Okay. In this question, a square plus a plus 1 is 0. We are required to calculate the value of a to the power 4 plus a square plus 1. So if you are told that a square plus a plus 1 is equal to 0, you divide the entire equation with a, you are going to get a plus 1 by a is equal to minus 1. If you square this, you are going to get a square plus 1 by a square plus 2 is equal to 1, or a square plus 1 by a square is equal to minus 1. If you multiply the entire equation with a square, you are going to get a to the power 4 plus 1 is equal to minus a square, or a to the power 4 plus a square plus 1 is equal to 0. So the answer for this question is option A. Let me look at the students who got this correct. Give a shout out to them. This is not a very difficult question, so many people would have gotten it correct. Yeah, many people got it correct. I'll quickly give a shout out. Akkoja Venkat Sai Kiran, Dinesh Kumar, Ayama Dashing, Priyal Gupta, Nanda, Krish, Inian, Sanket, Niharika, Nitin Chanakya Gunam, Hasini, Sonima, Shashank, Atre Dasgupta, Anisha, Akriti, Devesh, Madan Tamil, Naidu, Aniket, Shubham, Siri Chandana, Umang, Prasad, Vedantika, Aditya, Kumar, Nikhil, Vaishnavi, and Janvi. Some people had an issue with the earlier question. Let me explain it again quickly. So basically in this kind of a question, what we have to do is, we have to identify and simplify this. We have to look at different intervals where we can simplify it. And it is always good to come from the middle. Over here we have inside the bracket minimum of y comma minus 3. So we'll consider two intervals where we are saying y is less than or equal to minus 3, and the other interval is when y is greater than minus 3. When y is less than or equal to minus 3, minimum of y comma minus 3 is equal to, because y is less than minus 3, this will be equal to y. And in the other case, when y is greater than minus 3, minimum of y comma minus 3 is equal to minus 3. If you substitute that, the expression given in the first interval becomes minimum of 7 plus y and y minus 6. What we are essentially saying over here is that the first term is 7 plus y. The second term is y minus 6. Y minus 6 will always be less than y plus 7. Therefore, this will be y minus 6. And in this interval, the maximum value y minus 6 can take, because y is less than or equal to minus 3, will be minus 9. This is the maximum value it can take in this interval. In the other interval, when y is greater than minus 3, the expression when simplified becomes equal to minimum of 7 minus 3 and y minus 6. This is minimum of 4 and y minus 6. Now, if you're looking at minimum of 4 and minus 6, how does y minus 6 look like? This is y is greater than minus 3. So basically, if you're looking at the interval like this, as y is increasing, it starts only from minus 3. So over here, this will be minus 9. It will just continue to increase like this. Okay, it might be somewhere over here. And 4 will be something like this. So this expression becomes something like this. This is this bold line is the value of this equation. Basically, what we are saying is that as y increases, y minus 6 increases. I'm fine with that. When y is minus 3, the value of y minus 6 is minus 9. When y is minus 2, it becomes minus 8. When y is 0, it becomes minus 6. When y is 3, y minus 6 becomes minus 3. So as y is increasing, y minus 6 increases. But here, the expression is minimum of 4 and y minus 6. So once y minus 6 becomes greater than 4, that is when y becomes equal to 10, y minus 6 is equal to 4. But we are looking at minimum of 4 and something. So this entire expression cannot exceed 4. That is what we are actually saying. So the maximum value this can take is equal to 4. Anyway, let us look at the next question, guys. Okay guys, we hit 300 likes. That is good to see. But let us try to increase it. Let us try to target 350 likes. Siri Chandan Dubaka is saying, when will the session end? I don't know, man. I'm putting in full effort, so I want to continue till maybe 6:30. Siri Chandana Dubaka is saying, are these questions CAT level? I would say these questions are definitely CAT level. Maybe slightly tougher than CAT, but definitely you can expect these kind of questions in CAT. Okay, I think the time is up for this question. If the highest common factor of x square minus px minus q and 5x square minus 3px minus 15q is x minus 3, then the value of p and q is. So we are told that x minus 3 is a factor of two quadratic equations. So if you know that it is a factor, if you substitute x is equal to 3, because x minus 3 is a factor, this becomes 0 and this becomes 0. Whenever you are given a equation and you are told that x minus a is a factor, if you substitute the value of a in that, you are going to get 0. So if x is equal to 3 in this particular case, this becomes 9 minus 3p minus q is equal to 0. Because x minus 3 is a factor of this quadratic equation, again if you substitute x is equal to 3, it has to equal 0. So that would imply that 5 into x square is 3 square, that is 9, minus 3p into 3 minus 15q is equal to 0, or 9p plus 15q is equal to 45. Or if you divide that equation with 3, first if you simplify this equation, this is 3p plus q is equal to 9, and that equation is 3p plus 5q is equal to 15. So if you substitute one equation from the other, you are going to get 4q is equal to 6, or q is equal to 1.5. If q is equal to 1.5, 3p will be equal to 7.5, or the value of p is 2.5. So the value of p comma q is 2.5 comma 1.5. If you are looking at the options, that will be option C. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this correct, and then I'll go to the next question. Dash Odisha Dash Naidu Vikas Chaudhary Priyal Gupta Akriti Agarwal Shubham Aditya Kumar Niharika Sankalp Devesh Ayush Agarwal Akoja Venkat Sai Kiran Krish Sonima Dwivedi Aniket Abhishek Atreya Akshay Yash Hasini Sudhanshu Siri Chandana Aryan Place Dinesh and Satvik. Let us go to the next question, guys. Interesting question, try to solve it. Rajat is saying, sir, how to solve 3 DLR sets in CAT? Srikanth said the question was easy. Yeah, that I think was an easy question. So Rajat, basically what I would tell you is, even when I'm trying to solve questions in DLR, on the day of the examination, I don't get over ambitious. If I get over ambitious, I tend to panic and I lose my composure and I don't do well. So I try to tell myself that I want to first solve one set correct. And I try to solve the first set correct in the first 10 minutes, 12 minutes. Then the section is off to a great start. I feel very confident, I feel very calm, and most likely I do well. But for that to happen, if I'm telling myself that I want to get 3 sets correct or 4 sets correct, that is too much pressure on myself. So I tell myself at the start that I want to get just 2 sets correct, and then I go ahead. That is my mental strategy. Now coming to what I do is, towards the end, in the last couple of weeks or so, I try to solve a lot of questions from the previous year's CAT LRD sets. Now I have already solved many of the previous year's CAT questions. I have even recorded the video solutions, but it has been some time since I've actually solved them again. And I try to solve them just to calm myself, just to get that composure and that exposure. For any student, I would tell them that if you solve previous year's papers, LRD sets, it will help you quite a lot. So that would be my advice. If you want to increase your speed, plus first thing is do the mental game where you don't put a lot of pressure on yourself. Second, practice a lot of previous year's papers LRDS. Okay, we got more than 300 likes. We have, I think, 307 likes. Guys, please do like the stream. Let us target 350 likes before the stream ends. This also is an interesting question, very similar to what we discussed in the earlier question. So if you understood the explanation of the earlier question, you will get this question correct. Okay, the time is up. Let us try to solve this question. In this question, we are told that there is this polynomial ax square plus bx plus 5. This leaves a remainder of 3 when divided by x minus 1. So the remainder when a polynomial is divided by x minus 1 will be the same as its value when you substitute x is equal to 1. So essentially when we are substituting x is equal to 1 in this is becoming equal to 3 because that is the remainder that is left. So when you substitute x is equal to 1, what are you going to get? You are going to get a plus b plus 5. This we are told is equal to 3, or a plus b is equal to minus 2. Similarly, it leaves a remainder of 2 when divided by x plus 1. The remainder when it is divided by x plus 1 would be when you substitute x is equal to minus 1, this value becomes equal to the remainder, which in this particular case is equal to 2. So when you substitute x is equal to minus 1, what are you going to get? You are going to get a minus b plus 5. This is equal to 2, or a minus b is equal to minus 3. So we have a plus b is equal to minus 2. We have a minus b is equal to minus 3. So if you just subtract one from the other, 2b is equal to 1 or b is equal to 1 by 2. What is the value of a? A is equal to b minus 3, which is equal to minus 5 by 2. So a is 1 by 2, b is minus 5 by 2. What are we required to calculate? We are required to calculate 2b minus 4a. So 2b minus 4a is what we are required to calculate. 2b is equal to 1, minus 4a is equal to minus of 4 into minus 5 by 2. This is minus of minus 10, which is equal to plus 10. So this will be 1 plus 10, which is equal to 11. So the answer for this question is 11. Before going to the next question, let me give a shout out to everybody who got this question correct. Naidu, Priyal, Kumar, Devesh, Ayush, Sonima Dwivedi, Shubham, Vikas Chaudhary, Akriti Agarwal, Akoja Venkat Sai Kiran, Sanket, Vaishnavi, Ayama Dash, Disha, Dinesh, Siddhu, Sudhanshu, Atreya, Vedantika, Yesh, Aryan and Akshat. Let us go to the next question, guys. Like I mentioned earlier, we are having one final sale before the CAT examination. So we are giving a lot of discounts on our courses. If you are looking for any of those courses, you can do check it out. Now, this CAT full practice course, this course is very popular these days. Many people are actually buying it. There you get access to the question bank as well as the test series. You will also get access to the quant rush and the verbal rush. Thousands of students are actually taking the quant rush and the verbal rush. I think people are finding it very useful. This is a package which is very, very helpful for students who are looking for a good source of practice questions. So definitely do check it out. If you're interested in any of them, you can contact us on our support number, or you can just go to our page and figure it out. Let us go to, I think this is the support number over here. I hope you are able to see it. Let us go to the next question. Akshat is saying, sir, I am preparing for an IMB UG test. Any tips for BSc Economics? I would say it's a great course. This is a great undergraduate course. It is being conducted for the first time. So even we are very excited to see how it actually pans out. I would say it's a great opportunity. Try to give it your best and prepare well. Harsh Dwivedi is saying CAT 2026 batch. Okay guys, if you are looking for CAT 2026 batch, we have started a batch for CAT 2026. You can just send us a mail. Our email address is support@cracku.in and we will get in touch with you. But what I would tell you is very simple. If you are somebody who has registered for CAT 2025, take the examination. Okay. It is important for you to actually take the examination, gain from it. If you do well, that is fantastic. Even if you don't do well, even if you feel that your preparation is not going well, I would tell you, don't look at CAT 2026 and all. Just focus on this current examination, because try to push yourself. Try to tell yourself that this is my one chance. I want to do the best. And in this 50 days, work hard. Don't give up. Okay. I just feel that if somebody is thinking of CAT 2026, that is not a good attitude. If you are still a student, if you are not eligible for CAT 2025, that is very different. If you are not eligible for CAT 2025, or if you did not register for CAT 2025, I would say definitely check out the CAT 2026 course. We have launched that course. You can send us a mail at support@cracku.in. But if you are somebody who has registered for CAT 2025, but you feel that, okay, I'm not preparing well, or I'm not going to do well, and I want to register for CAT 2026, I would say don't do that. Okay, focus on CAT 2025. Don't give up on CAT 2025. You still have 50 days. So focus on the current examination, give your best, use this 50 days quite well, put in full effort. If you don't do well, then register for CAT 2026 course. That I would say, if as your value share, that would be my advice. If you have registered for CAT 2025, focus on CAT 2025, try to give your best for CAT 2025 and try to do well in it. Even if you have not prepared well, these 50 days are there for you. Try to do the best that you can. And then think of CAT 2026. But it is up to you if you want to register. The course is pretty good, CAT 2026, but I just feel that the attitude should be that, yeah, I have 50 days left. I want to do well in these 50 days. But if you have not registered for CAT 2025, then you can check out the CAT 2026 course. You can just send us a mail at support@cracku.in. Okay, I think the time is up, guys. Let us solve this question. Consider the equations that are given in the plane. We have one equation, y is, okay, y is x to the power 4 plus 2x cube minus 40. And the other equation is y is 2x cube plus 2x square plus 23. Which of the following is true when x lies between minus 4 and plus 4? So we are basically looking for the number of points of intersection if you are looking at the questions. So if you assume that the point of intersection is, say, when x is equal to a variable, say a, if say this is the point of intersection, then the value of y will be, from the first equation, a to the power 4 plus 2a cube minus 40, and the value of y from the second equation will be 2a cube plus 2a square plus 23. Both of them have to be the same. If both of them have to be the same, what we are going to get is a to the power 4 plus 2a cube minus 40 is equal to 2a cube plus 2a square plus 23. We can cancel 2a cube from both sides. What we are left with is a to the power 4 minus 2a square is equal to 63. Immediately we should identify that if I add 1 to the right hand side and if I add 1 to the left hand side, what I'm going to get is a square minus 1 whole square is equal to 64. Or a square minus 1 is equal to either 8 or a square minus 1 is equal to minus 8. So either a square is equal to 9 or a square is equal to minus 7. Now a square is a perfect square, it cannot be negative, so this case doesn't exist. So the only case is that a square is equal to 9. So the value of a is either equal to 3 or it is equal to minus 3. So in the interval that is given between minus 4 and 4, we have 2 points of intersection. So the correct answer for this question will be option B. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this correct, and then I'll go to the next question. Ayush, Aniket, Priyal, Ribhu, Ayama Dashing, Vikas Chaudhary, Sudhanshu Saini, Satvik, Surender, Vedantika, Akriti, Pratik, Devesh, Sonima, Akshat, Vaishnavi, Atreya, Siddhu, Yash, and Akoja Venkat Saikiran. Let us look at the next question. This is an interesting question. Guys, we are close to 100 people who are watching the stream live. We have 370 likes. Please do like the stream, guys. I need another 30 likes. Sayali will come now and start the logarithm session in the next 5-10 minutes. And I would say that is very important because many people struggle with logarithms. So she's going to explain the basics of the logarithms and maybe solve 3 or 4 questions from it. Sir, I'm starting algebra now. Is it too late to start it? I watched your arithmetic revision video last year and benefited a lot. Thank you. See, it is never too late, man. Okay. It is always, and I would always recommend everybody to be more optimistic. You have to tell yourself that there is time, I can do it. Okay. It is very important because those kind of, that attitude helps you do better than what you would do if you're pessimistic. So you have 50 days, make the best use of it. 45 days, you're close to 50 days, no? Today is 11th. So you have close to 50 days. 50 days is good enough time for you to do well in algebra and geometry. If you're done well in arithmetic, do well in algebra and geometry. Make the best use of it, and then you can say that, okay, I gave my best, I put in the effort in these 50 days, and I'll see how things turn out on the day of the CAT examination. Pratmesh is saying, sir, please focus on screen. Yeah, I think the focus is slightly messed up, man. I can't do. I'll ask my team to check it, man, with respect to the camera focus. Okay, I think time is up for this question. Let us try to solve it. In this question, we are told that k is y to the power 4 plus 1 by y to the power 4 plus 1 divided by y square plus 1 by y square plus 1. Which of the following is not a valid value of k for any real value of y? So k is equal to y to the power 4 plus 1 by y to the power 4 plus 1 divided by y square plus 1 by y square plus 1. So if you assume that the expression y square plus 1 by y square is equal to p and you square it, what are you going to get as y to the power 4 plus 1 by y to the power 4 plus 2 is equal to p, or y to the power 4 plus 1 by y to the power 4 is equal to p minus 2. So if you are looking at this particular expression, what is the value of k? K will be equal to y to the power 4 plus 1 by y to the power 4, which is p minus 2 plus 1. So that is this is p square. So this is p square minus 2 plus 1 divided by y square plus 1 by y square plus 1, which is p plus 1. This is equal to p square minus 1 divided by p plus 1, and we know the value of p square minus 1 divided by p plus 1. P square minus 1 is p minus 1 into p plus 1. You divide it by p plus 1, this will be equal to p minus 1. Now what are the values that p can take? P is y square plus 1 by y square. What we know is that y square plus 1 by y square divided by 2 is always greater than square root of their product, which is y square into 1 by y square, which is 1. So y square plus 1 by y square is always greater than or equal to 2. Therefore, p is always greater than or equal to 2. So p minus 1 is always greater than or equal to 1. So the value of k is always greater than or equal to 1. So this value is possible, this value is possible, this value is possible. This is the only value which is not possible because this is less than 1. So the only value that k cannot take amongst the 4 given option is option D. Let me give a shout out to everybody who got this correct. My phone battery is super low, so I might not be able to give a shout out properly. Vaishnavi, Priyal, Naidu, Khushi, Shashank, Akoja, Venkat Saikaran, Ribhu, Sonima, Atreya, Satvik, Vikas, Sid, Pratik, Udit, Vedantika, Shreyas, Sudhanshu, Hasini, and Aniket and Udit Shetty. Let us look at logarithms, which Sayali will be looking at. Let me give it off to her.
Slightly, yeah, back. That same back. Okay. One more back. Yeah. 28, 20, yeah, this is also good.
Okay, you can start with this.
So hi everybody, hello, how is the preparation going? Hello, good afternoon for everybody who has joined. So Shreyas is asking, how can I improve my speed? I get the logic, but sometimes I go blank. See, Shreyas, for speed, there is no other shortcut other than practice. The whole point of speed is basically you have less latency before you read the question, understand the question, and before you solve the question. And even the speed of solving is higher if you have done that question or questions like that earlier. So when you have done hundreds of questions of a particular type, the time it takes for you to strike what is being asked, how to solve it, how to proceed, everything becomes much faster if you have done it multiple times before. So the whole thing about speed is that you should basically solve in a particular topic, have concentrated solving. That in arithmetic, in profit and loss, you'll have you will solve a lot of questions, because then the pattern will form, that recognition will form, and the speed in that particular type of question will become faster. So good afternoon everyone. Almost evening, so good evening would be better. So for those people who are preparing for CAT and who haven't started with mocks yet, please start with mocks. And those who have obviously taken Cracku's mocks, please take them regularly, take them according to schedule. But even those who have not taken Cracku's mocks, what I would say is that we have 3 free CAT mocks. Please make sure that you attempt at least the free CAT mocks. They have been taken by thousands and thousands of students. So you will have a very representative population of the test takers. Most of the serious test takers have already taken the Cracku's free mock CATs. So make sure that you do take the mock CATs. And secondly, also make sure that you take the previous year's papers in mock format. That is excellent practice just before the exam. So please do take that. Okay, so we'll start with how to join live on Cracku website. You don't need to do that in this particular session. We are posting questions over here for you to solve, so you don't need to join live. But in general, whenever we are having streams on our website, we ask you to go to cracku.in/live. But now that is not needed. We are hosting all the questions on YouTube itself. We are not asking you to go anywhere. Okay. Are you going to teach the basics also? Yes. So I will be covering the basics of surds, indices and logarithms. So in an earlier stream, we had done the basics of the other parts of algebra. So Maruti was solving from those parts of algebra. I'll be covering the basics of indices, surds and logarithms. Then we'll solve a few questions from that. So basically in indices and in surds and in logarithms, particularly logarithms and indices, there are just a lot of formulas to remember. And all of those formulas are kind of interrelated. They are very logical. Essentially, you have to remember that if I have any, which is of the form, if I have any variable and it is raised to a power a, if this variable and power is in the denominator, you can essentially say this is 1 upon x raised to, this becomes x raised to minus a. So any power which is in the denominator is a negative power. Any power which is in the numerator, suppose y raised to a divided by x raised to a, this power is positive power, this power is negative power. This is the first thing, basic thing that you need to understand. Also, remember that when two things are multiplied to each other, as I mentioned, if it is you divide by a particular power, it is negative power. When you multiply by the power, it is additive power. So if I have x raised to m into x raised to n, it becomes basically the sum of both of the powers. So if I say 2 cube into 2 square, I will just have to add the two powers. I'll say this is 2 raised to 3 plus 2, that is 5. So this is basically whenever powers are in the numerators, you add them together. Whenever any power is in the denominator, you can take it in the numerator as negative power. So then you can say that if it is x raised to m by x raised to n, this becomes x raised to m minus n, because this is essentially negative power. You can write this as x raised to minus n. So x raised to m into x raised to minus n would be how much? M minus n. So all of this comes basically from the idea that anything in the numerator is additive power, anything in the denominator is negative power. You have to subtract the power in the denominator, you have to add together the powers in the numerator, provided that the base is same. So if I multiply 2 cube into 3 square, I can't directly add and say this is like 6 raised to 5 or anything like that. That I cannot do. I can't just add like 2 plus 3 or something like that. That we can't do. But if the base is same, like it is 2 over here, 2 over here, then you can keep the base same and add the powers. One more thing that a lot of people would already know, but I'll cover still, that any power, any variable raised to 0, this is not equal to 0, this is equal to 1. This is very essential for any kind of division, that you have to remember that any power which is raised to 0, essentially it is that that power is not there. It is basically that factor, that multiple is not there at all. It is basically multiplied or divided by 1. This I have already covered. Now, if I have two powers, but here it is not, I'm not adding or multiplying, but I'm taking power raised to power. So if I have a power raised to power, then say suppose it is x raised to m raised to n, I have to multiply the two powers. So if I say 2 square, that square, this is essentially 4 square. So this becomes 2 raised to 2 into 2, that is 2 raised to 4. Okay. Now if you have the same power but different bases, if you have the same power and different bases, then you can take the powers in common and you can say that, okay, if it is 2 cube into 3 cube, I can say that this is 2 into 3 the whole cube. This is something that I can do. The inverse is also true, that if you have any base which is raised to an exponent, I can split the base into its constituent factors. So if I have 6 cube, I can say that 6 is 2 into 3. So 6 cube is 2 cube into 3 cube. Okay. Now we have the inverse is also there. If you have x by y, x raised to m by y raised to m, you can say that it is x by y raised to m. I'm just covering this because I want to go and solve some questions, but I want to make sure that you're capable of solving the questions. Okay. Same, as I have mentioned, this one already done. Remember, when you're raising to negative power, you are essentially taking the inverse of it. So if I say, what is half raised to minus 3? What is half raised to minus 3? What would be the value of this? Can anybody tell me? Quickly, the first person to tell me. What is half raised to minus 3? Eight. Correct, Anisha. Correct, Anisha. That is the correct answer. How do I get 8? Half raised to minus 3. I'll basically say this is, I can take the inverse of it. So this is 2 by 1 raised to 3. Because if I'm taking the inverse, negative power becomes positive. So this is 2 cube, which is equal to 8. Now, also one thing that you can say is that, okay, if it is power is a integer, it is easy to understand. Even both positive as well as negative integers, it is easy to understand. But if I get something like this, 2 raised to half. What is 2 raised to half? This is essentially square root. This is the same as square root of 2. If I have 2 raised to 1/3, it is essentially cube root of 2. Okay. So this is another way of like expressing cube roots or expressing cube roots or expressing square roots or raised to 1/4. By convention, this is by convention that anything when it is raised to a power like this. See, if I say square root of a, or if I say a raised to half, by convention, both of these things are always positive parts. These are always positive square roots. So if I say 4 raised to half, or if I say square root of 4, I'm only referring to the positive square root of 4, that is plus 2. So 4 raised to half is equal to plus 2. Square root of 4 is always plus 2. It cannot be equal to minus 2 by convention. There is no other reason other than saying that whenever we are expressing something as raised to half or by square root, we are only referring to the positive value. When I'm referring to the negative value, if I want to refer to both plus minus, what I'm supposed to do is, I'm supposed to put plus or minus over here. If I don't put it, by default, I am referring to only the positive square root. Now similarly, the same ideas of exponents as were applied for like whole numbers can be applied for the fractions also. So again, if I have a by b, I can say that it is b square root of a. If I have root of a into root of x into root of x and a root of y, I can combine x and y together so that I can say this is a root of xy. If I have a root of x by a root of y, I can take a root of x by y. This is basically combining the bases together when the powers are the same. Now this is the basics of indices. We'll cover the basics of surds and the basics of logarithms. Both of these are, you can expect like essentially from logs, you can expect 2 questions. And these questions will be on the easier side. The only thing is that you have to mug up formulae. I'll run through the formulae over here, but they are very logical formulae. If you put the effort to mug them up, that's 2 questions, that is 6 marks that you can definitely get. So let's take a look at surds. What are surds essentially? See, again, when I say that, okay, 3 square root of 2, this is odd, right? Can anybody tell me what is the value of 3 square root of 2? It's not an integer, it's not a whole number, it will be some decimal. And not only will it be some decimal, it will not be some value which will approximate to a fraction also. I can't say this is like say, so the cube root of 2, I cannot write this as m by n, where it is some fraction also. So it is not really a rational number, it's an irrational number. Now because this is an irrational number, what happens is that I cannot easily add it to any whole number, any rational part, I cannot add it. Because always this will remain irrational. Even many times in like geometry questions also, you will see, okay, area is asked and then a rational part and irrational part is given. where in the options you will have options which is like 6 minus cube root of 3 or anything 6 plus square root of 3. Why is it written like this? Because 6 represents a rational part of the value, square root or cube root represents the irrational part of the value. And because we cannot really calculate the irrational part properly, these two have to be treated separately. You cannot keep them or club them together. So whenever you are writing values, right, whenever the value has a irrational component, I always put the rational component like this, A, and the irrational component separately. Whatever is the nth root, I'll keep it separately. This combination of rational plus irrational part is called as a surd. Conjugate surds are basically if you see your the formula for the quadratic square root. What is the formula for quadratic square root? B plus or minus square root of b square minus 4ac by 2a. Now over here you can see that the roots are of the form minus b plus square root this determinant by 2a and minus b minus square root of determinant by 2a. Often what happens is this part I can split up into two parts. I can say this is minus b by 2a, this by 2a, and I can split this up also as by 2a and by 2a. When the determinant is not a perfect square, what happens is that this part is irrational. This becomes an irrational part, which means that your square roots are not perfect because the determinant is not a perfect square. Your square roots are not rational. There is some irrational component to it, and your square roots are of the form of surds. There is a rational and irrational component to it. And you can see that they come in pairs. This is plus, like rational part plus irrational part, rational part minus irrational part. This pair is essentially a conjugate surd. What is conjugate surd? Any pair which is of the form a plus root b and a minus root b. These two things are called as conjugate surds. Basically, when the rational part is the constant and the irrational part is like plus or minus, you get basically conjugate surds. Now, why are conjugate surds important? What is the importance of that? Firstly, in many of your formulas, whenever you're finding out the values, you are ending up with conjugate surds whenever you have a pair of roots. If one root is irrational, the other root also has to be irrational. And if one root is irrational, the other root has to be the conjugate surd of that particular root. So if one root is of the form 3 minus root 3, the other root without even calculation you can say will be 3 plus root 3. Why? Because when roots are surds, they always appear in conjugate pairs. Now over here, conjugate pairs also have another rule, another use as such, which is in rationalization of surds. Now if I have a value like this, okay, 1 upon 3 plus root 3. Can somebody tell me what the value would be? How can I calculate roughly what the value is? See, if I have something in the numerator, okay, if I have this value, I can roughly tell you what this value will be. Root of 3 is 1.732, something like that. 3 plus 1.732 would be 4.732. But if it is in the denominator, I can't properly calculate the value. So again, whenever it is in the denominator, I have to do something called as rationalization of surds. If somebody can tell me what this value will be after rationalization, try to solve this and tell me what would the value be after rationalization. Is pi a surd? It's not a surd. Pi is not a surd, but it is an irrational number. So there are irrational numbers, there are rational numbers, there are irrational numbers, and in irrational numbers, you have one type of irrational number is surds, but pi is not a surd. Okay, so can somebody tell me what would the value be if it is like this? And I don't want something in the denominator. I don't like it being in the denominator. What can I do? Okay, so whenever you have something like this in the denominator, you don't want it to be in the denominator. What you do is you do a process called as rationalization. In rationalization, what you have to essentially do is you have to multiply this, whatever is in the denominator, by a fraction where the numerator and the denominator are the conjugate of this particular surd. So the conjugate of this is 3 minus root 3, right? So I will multiply numerator and denominator by 3 minus root 3. Why? Why do I do that? Because the conjugate of surds have a special property. When you multiply them together, the irrational part cancels out. And the multiplication or the product of two conjugate surds is always rational. So the reason why I multiply them together is because that will eliminate the irrational part in the denominator, and I will get a number such that there will be something in the denominator. But whatever is in the denominator will be rational. The only irrational part that is there will come in the numerator as such. So I have basically transferred the irrational part from the denominator to the numerator. So how do I find it out? What is the value? So numerator 1 times 3 minus root 3 will be like this. But for the denominator, again if I see, this is of the form a minus b into a plus b. What is the value of a minus b into a plus b? What is the value of this product? It is essentially a square minus b square, because it is 3 plus root 3 into 3 minus root 3. This is of the form, I will say this is 3 square minus root 3 square. So what is 3 square minus root 3 square? This is 3 minus root 3 divided by 9 minus 3. So this is 3 minus root 3 divided by 6. So essentially what I have done through rationalization is that I have removed the irrational part from the denominator, pushed it upwards to the numerator. Again, whenever you have to remove the denominator part, you have to multiply that particular denominator with its conjugate surd. You multiply both the numerator and denominator by that conjugate surd. The denominator will get rationalized, the numerator will get the irrational part, and then you can then estimate, okay, 3 plus, this is 3 minus root 3, so it is 3 minus 1.732, so it will be 1 point, how much would that be? 1.2 something will be there, divided by 6, it would be 0.2 something. So that will help you quickly estimate values when the irrational part is not in the denominator as such, okay. This is the process of rationalization of surds. The last part I'll cover, and I know a lot of you would already know these formulas as such, but I'm still revising with you so that if anybody has forgotten, you will know it. If somebody has not had a chance to go through the logarithms formulae, let's go through them together. See, in logarithms, there is nothing really other than formulae. You mug the formula, you remember the formula, you apply each formula 5 times. That's it. It will get imprinted in your mind, you will not forget. Just revise them before the exam and you're golden. So this is like an easy thing to do. No? If you see the arithmetic questions, they are painful. Algebra questions can also be difficult. Geometry is also difficult. These are easy. The only thing is that you have to mug formulae, but you can do that. That's not difficult. So let's go through the formulae. Always remember, the log of 1 is always, irrespective of whatever the base is, it is always 0. Why is this the case? What is log essentially? Log of x to the base a, suppose if it is y, it basically means that a raised to y is equal to x. Now if I take log of 1, some base raised to what number is 1? We just did this in indices. In indices we said that any base raised to 0 is 1. So inverse of that we have to do over here. So if any base raised to 0 is 1, that means log of 1 has to be 0. This is basically what you have to remember, okay? If log of x to the base a is y, x is equal to a raised to y. This will help you understand everything that comes from that point on, because whatever we did for indices, that is the same thing over here. There is nothing different going on. The rules of indices are basically transmuted. Whatever is product becomes sum here. Whatever is sum is basically product in indices. So the second rule, if I have log of xy to the base a, if I have log of xy to the base a, suppose log of x is say p and log of y to the base a is say q, okay. So x will be how much? A raised to p will be equal to x, a raised to q will be equal to y. xy will be how much? xy will be the product of these two indices. So xy will be a raised to p into a raised to q, which we found through the indices rule is a raised to p plus q. So if I take the log again, log of xy will be log of p plus q, of log of a raised to p plus q. Whenever there is a power which is there over here, we can basically take it down. So always remember, if anybody is ever confused about how to like change powers in log, if I have log of x to the base raised to a, okay, this a comes over here. So this is a log x. If I have log of x raised to 1 by a, this becomes 1 by a log x. If I have log of x and to the base y, and y is raised to a, how much is this? Can somebody tell me? If I have log of x to the base y and y is raised to a, so how much is it in terms of log of x to the base y? And if y is raised to say 1 by a, both of these, can you tell me what would be the values? When the exponent, when the index is for the value that is being considered, then you just take it as it is outside. But if it is 1 by a or 1 by a, you just take it outside as it is. But if the exponent is for the base of the logarithm, you have to invert it. If it is y raised to a, then I have to say it is 1 by a log of x to the base y. And if it is y raised to 1 by a, I have to again invert it and say it is 1 by 1 by a. So essentially it is a raised to log of x to the base y. I want you guys to tell me quickly, I'll give you 2 examples or 4 examples and I want you to tell me the final value, okay? Suppose this is 2 cube 3 raised to 5, okay? This is x times log of 3 to the base 2. So what is x? Can somebody quickly tell me, the first person to tell me, what is the value of x? What would be the value of x in this case? Okay, Vedantika is the first, 5 by 3, excellent. Aniruddha and Nitin also there, Khushi, correct. Now again I'll give you something odd. Suppose it is log of, this is say 2 and this is say 27, okay? And this is x times log of say 3 to the base 8. What would be the value of 8? What would be the value of x? Can somebody tell me what would be the value of x? Quickly tell me what would be the value of x in this particular case. Aniruddha is first with the correct answer. Nope, Vedantika made a mistake. It would be 9. Be careful with these kind of questions. Because if I am converting 2 to 8, I am essentially saying that this is 8. I can write this as 8 raised to 1/3. And if I am converting 27 to 3, this is 3 cube. So how would I then take the powers outside? 3. If I am taking this 3 outside, it will come as 3 only. So I'll remove this. This becomes normal 3. If I'm taking this 1/3 outside, because if the power is at the base, I have to take its inverse. So I have to say this is 1 by 1/3. So it will become into 3. Okay, so it will be 9 into log of this. Okay, understood everybody how to change powers? Power of index, take it as it is. Power of base, invert it and then take it. Okay, now this is basically when you are changing powers. Okay, then when we have to change the base of this. Okay, this is something that I often forget and I actually make a mistake in this one. This is basically when I have to change the base. I find this difficult to actually understand or how to do, but this is a very simple logical thing. Okay, if you are given something of this sort, okay, I'll give you an example so that it is easy to understand. Okay, if you are given that if you have 3 raised to log of 2 to the base, okay, 8 to the base n, okay. How much is this as, how much would it be? Would be if I put it as x, no, not x. Okay, if this I say that this is the same as 2 log of to the base n of y. What is y in this case? Can somebody tell me what is y in this case? $27. Exactly, correct, Anuruddha. Why is that the case? Why is it 27? It is 27 because I can write this 8 as 2 cube. If I write it as 2 cube, I take the 3 out. I'll take this out, okay? I'll keep the 2 over here, I'll take the 3 out. It becomes 3 raised to 3 log this value. Now this 3 cube, I'll actually convert it to 27. So this becomes 27 raised to log 2 to the base n. Now I can directly use the formula that if this value and this value I can interchange. When it is raised to 27 raised to log values there, these two bases can be interchanged. So if now 2 is put over here, I can say that this value will be then 27. Okay, I can interchange the bases when any number is raised to a log. Remember, the base of this value, base of the exponent and the base of the log can be interchanged. Okay, correct. This I think I have already covered. Okay, one thing is if you are changing bases, if you have to change from one base to another, how do you do that? See, remember if I am taking log of x to the base a, but I actually want log a to the base x. How do I do it? I just basically divide by the inverse. So this will be equal to 1 by log to the base a to the base x. In general, what is happening is that you can have a general formula. I'll tell you what the general formula is. The general formula is that if you have log a to the base b, okay. In general, if I don't want base b for the logarithm. I want some other base. Suppose I want base c. I can say that this is log of a by log of b based to some common base c. So I can say that this ratio or this log of a to the base b, I can say is log of a to the base c divided by log of b to the base c. Now why is this the case? How does this give us this formula over here? Log of x to the base a is 1 upon log of a to the base x. If I want log of x to the base a, if I don't want x to the base a, I want it to the base x actually. Then I can say that this is equal to log of x to the base x divided by log of a to the base x. But x to the base x is 1. So because of that I get this is equal to 1 upon log of a to the base x. This is one formula which I often trip upon. So let us cover that. Again, whenever there is like an exponent where log is raised to the, like log is part of the index or log is part of the exponent, right? There are two things that you have to remember. This formula, 5 formula, and this 8 formula. If you have 5 formula down, if you have 8 formula down, you will be able to answer questions from logarithms. Whenever logarithms is this log is in the exponent, and this often like trips me up. So I often try to think of it by putting like some kind of remembering devices, by putting some relation, so that then I will remember that okay, this is what I have to do. Whenever I am actually coming up with something like this, this is basically what I have to do. So if for example, if you are given that e raised to say e is basically that natural log thing. If you are given that e raised to log of say x square minus 4x, okay, this is, if it is given, if I am given this 4x plus 5, okay, this is not log, this is natural log. If this is given, what can I say is the actual value of this? What will this be equal to? If you have the base is over here and base raised to the same base is there, okay, this basically you can say, you can like this log the base b raised to log of base b, okay, or e, which is the natural log, e raised to natural log. This essentially you cancel off. You just say that like cancel, erase this. Then the index is basically the value. This is the value of the this. So if I have anything which is of the form, okay, if I have 4 raised to log of to the base 4 a square minus 2a, what is the value of this? this 4 raised to log 4 cancels off. The value is just a square minus 2a. These two are super important to remember, easy to remember. And whenever there is any algebra logarithms question where there's a log in the exponent, remember the first thing that you have to do is remove the log from the exponent and bring it down by essentially saying that b raised to log of some value, some expression to the base b, that log and the base exponent both can be removed, and then we'll get the final value of the expression. Okay? Okay. Okay, let's go to the part. I think most of these can be derived from the formulas that we have learned till now. The only ones that I always forget, and I don't know whether you forget or not, are 5 and 8. So 5 and 8 I want you guys to be very, very well versed with, because that is something that I often find tricky to remember, because those are like whenever I see that okay, log is in the exponent, I know that these are the two formulas that I have to remember. If you remember them, you will not make a mistake. Whenever there is a log in the exponent, that is what you have to remember. Everything else is basic function of log, that if it is log of xy, you basically consider it as sum. If it is log of x by y, it is basically subtraction. So it becomes log x minus log y. Everything else can essentially be derived from the information that is already there. Okay, so let's start with the questions. I will give you one question and try to solve it. It's not a difficult one, but it is logical. If you understand the logic, you will be able to solve this very quickly. One thing I didn't cover, which is needed, is log of a to the base b is defined only if a is not equal to 0 and a is not negative. A has to be a positive value. It cannot be negative, it cannot be equal to 0. Okay, this is basically one of the conditions. Again, b cannot be equal to 1. These are, or b cannot be negative. So essentially it has to be defined for positive values, and a cannot be equal to 0 and a cannot be negative. Basically for negative values it is not defined at all, and b cannot be equal to 1. Two values are there. I don't know. I need more answers. Guys, more answers I want from all of you. C, B, C. Don't imitate. Try to solve on your own. Try to figure this out on your own. Again, check the values that you are getting, whether you have gotten the right value or not, because you might be mistaken. See, whatever values you are getting, suppose I get value, say x is equal to 3 and x is equal to 4. You have to actually put it and make sure that it is not giving you a condition where you are taking the log of a negative number, and you are not getting a condition where you are taking log to the base a and b. A should not be negative. A should not be equal to 0. B should not be equal to 1. B should not be negative. Do those checks whenever you get values for in logarithms. Always the last check has to be that check, that you have to make sure that if I get whatever values after solving the entire algebraic expression, I will get some values. You have to do the last check to check whether you are not getting log of negative number, you are not getting log of log to the base of 1 or log to the base of a negative number. Okay, lot of people are putting C. Guys, I'm telling you this for a reason. C is the wrong answer. Come on, for those who are putting answer as C, check the answer whether it is possible. Are you getting log of a negative number? Are you following all the conditions of log or not? Okay, so all of you have had time to solve. The first person with the correct answer was Priyal. The correct answer is B. Second one with the correct answer was Yasir. Then you had correct answer from Vikas and I think JG and Abhishek Kumar. All of these are correct. The number of values are 1 or option B. But how do you get this? How many real values of x satisfy the given equation? Now the issue over here is that this is base 4, this is base 8. I don't like it. If I want to really solve this, I need the same base. If it is the same base, then I can take the log out, I can multiply them together. So my first objective would always be to make sure that the bases are equal. How do I make the base equal? 4 is a power of 2, 8 is a power of 2. So instead of having to the base 4 and to the base 8, I'll change them to base 2. So I can write this as log of, instead of 4, I'll write this as 2 square. X minus 4 the whole square plus, I'll write this as log 2 cube, 28 minus 6x the whole cube. This is equal to 1. Now what did I tell you about how to actually deal with these kind of situations where you have when you have raised to 2, raised to 3, I'll basically take it out. Because this is base raised to 2, I'll say this is half. Because this is base raised to 3, I'll say this is 1/3. This is equal to 1. But I don't want half and 1/3. I want full numbers. So I will multiply this by 6 throughout. If I multiply this by 6 throughout, I'll get this is 3 log of x minus 4 the whole square to the base 2 plus 2 log of 28 minus 6x the whole cube, this to the base 2. This is equal to, I have to multiply 6 to both left hand side, right hand side. So this is 6. Now I will take, I don't want this 3 over here because I want to multiply these two values. So I'll take the 3 inside. If I'm taking the 3 inside, this will come as the power. If I'm taking this 2 inside, it will come as power. So therefore I'll get this is log of 2 to the base x minus 4 square and square ka cube. So square ka cube is basically, I'll say this is 2 into 3, that is raised to 6 plus log 2. This 2 will multiply with the 3, I'll get this is 28 minus 6x raised to 6, this is equal to 6. I have log of A plus log of B, same base. So I can now multiply them together. The sum of two logs with the same base are essentially the product of those two. So this is basically log of 2. This is x minus 4 raised to 6 into 28 minus 6x raised to 6. This is equal to 6. But what did I say? If I have log x to the base A is equal to B, I can write this as x is equal to A raised to B. So I can write this product as 2 raised to 6. So I will say that x minus 4 raised to 6 into 28 minus 6x raised to 6. This is equal to 2 raised to 6. Now I will take the square root of 6 throughout. I will take square root of 6 throughout because why have square root of raised to 6 anyway? I want to find out the value of x, right? So I will take square root of 6 throughout. When I take square root of 6, since 6 is a even number, I will have to consider that if this was 2 raised to 6, it will be the same value. If it was minus 2 raised to 6 also, it will be the same value. So when I am taking the square, not square root, 6th root, I have to say that this value x minus 4 into 28 minus 6x, this product is equal to 2 raised to 6 or it is minus 2 raised to 6. So it is the 6th root will be equal to 2 or equal to minus 2. So I can say that x minus 4, 28 minus 6x, this is equal to 2. If this is equal to 2 or it is equal to minus 2, I'll consider both of those things. I will expand this. This is how much? This is 28x minus 6x square minus plus 24x minus 112. This is equal to 2 or minus 2. I can reorder this because I have minus 6x square. I don't want minus 6x square. So I multiply this by minus 1. So 6x square this becomes 24x plus 28x, so that is 52x, so this is minus 52x. This is minus 112 because I'm multiplying by minus 1, this will become plus 112. And this is basically I'm multiplying by minus 1. So this is equal to minus 2 or 2. So if I take it to the left hand side, this is either plus 2 or minus 2 of this value. This is equal to 0. Okay. Now how much would this be? I'll first divide by 2 because there's like multiple of 2 throughout. So I'll say this is 3x square minus 26x plus 56. 56 plus 2, or because I have to divide these also by 2. So this is 56 plus 1 or minus 1, this is equal to 0. So I can say that this is either 57 equal to 0 or it is 3x square minus 26x plus 55 equal to 0. That plus 1 minus 1, I can say that it was plus minus for 56. So plus 1 from 56 is 57, minus 1 from 56 is 55. So I get two quadratic equations. Two quadratic equations, I have to find the real values of x. So I have to figure out how many of these give me real roots. How many of these have real roots? So consider for the first equation. Can you tell me, anyone who has solved this, how many real roots are there for the first equation? How many real roots for the first equation? But what y plus 2 minus 2? Y plus 2 minus 2, okay. See, this is equal to 2. This is equal to 2 from if it is 2 raised to 6. It is equal to minus 2. If I take this second value, y plus 2 minus 2, because when I'm taking, if I take even say b square is equal to 4. If I take the square root, I have to say that b is equal to plus or minus 2, right? I have to consider both values because it is I'm taking a square root of an even power. Here 6 is also an even power. So the right hand side I have to consider both plus or minus values. I can't say that it is equal to only plus 2 because if it was minus 2 also, minus 2 raised to 6 is also 2 raised to 6. So whenever you are taking the square root or any root where the power is an even power, you have to consider the right hand side, both plus and minus values of the right hand side. So this plus or minus 2 is there. This is equal to plus 2 or this is equal to minus 2. I took it to the left hand side, or instead of doing all of this, you can just say this is equal to plus 2 or it is equal to minus 2. So this is equal to 114 or it is equal to 110. If I consider this is equal to 114 or 110, and I get essentially two quadratic equations. When it is 114, I get this quadratic equation. When it is 110, I get this quadratic equation. I have two quadratic equations. I have to solve for both equations and find out how many real x do I have. So for the first equation, what was the number of real roots for the first equation? So we can check for the number of real roots by considering the discriminant of that particular quadratic equation. So consider the discriminant. You have 26. B is equal to 26, A is equal to 3 and C is equal to 57. So the discriminant will be 26 square minus 4 into 3 into 57. How much is this? 26 square, 13 square is 169 into 4. So that would be 640 plus 36, 676. So this is 676 minus 12 into 57. 12 into 50 is 600. 12 into 7 is 84. So this is 684. So 676 minus 684. This is going to be how much? This is going to be minus 8. Determinant is negative. If determinant is negative, we know that there are no real roots for the first equation. Consider for the second equation. What is the number of real roots? We do the same thing. But here instead of 57, we have 55. So if this is 55, the value over here reduces by like say 2 times 12, so it will reduce by 24, so this will become 660. 676 minus 660 is how much? It is 16. So determinant is a perfect square, so I'm going to get rational roots. 2 real rational roots are there. So this second part of the equation has 2 real roots. Should I now mark off and say that the answer is 2? No. Why? Because you have to be sure that it is giving you a value such that the base or the value that is jiska log le rahe hai, neither should be negative. I have to make that check. So first I have to figure out, is 3x square minus 26x plus 55, what are these roots? And if I make sure that these roots are not bad roots, they are not roots that will give me some kind of log of negative value, then I can mark the answer. I can't directly go and mark the answer 2. I think many of you just took it at that there are 2 real roots, marked it off, but no, you have to do that final check. So how do I find the value over here? So I found that the determinant is 16. So I can say that the roots x will be minus of minus 26. So this is 26 plus or minus square root of 16 divided by 6. So this is 26 plus 16 by 6 and 26 minus 16 by 6. Oh, sorry, minus root 16 by 6. So this is 26 plus 4 by 6. So 30 by 6. So that is equal to 5. Or this is 22 by 6, or I can write this as 11 by 3. So x is equal to 5 or x is equal to 11 by 3. Now I have to make a check whether if x is equal to 5, is any of the log conditions violated. If x is equal to 5, this is fine. This is log of 5 minus 1. So this is 1 square to the base 4. 1 square to the base 4 is fine. Log of 1 is defined. Log of 1 is how much? Log of 1 is 0. But it is not undefined. It does not violate any condition. Log of, if I put 5 over here, log of 8, this is 28 minus this. What would be the value? 28 minus 6x. 28 minus 6 times 5, this is 30. This is a problem because now I get log of minus 2. But is log of minus 2 defined? No, it is not defined. So this is basically why I can say that x cannot be equal to 5. Let's do the same check for 11 by 3. If I put 11 by 3, what do I get? Log of to the base 4. 11 by 3 minus 4. 11 by 3 minus 4, if I get minus 1/3. But it is square. So it becomes plus 1 by 9. So it is a positive value. Thankfully, it is over here only. If it was there, it would have actually created an issue. If this square had not been there, even 11 by 3 would not have been allowed. But thankfully, because it was there, we were allowed because when we square it, the base is actually, this value is non-negative, and because it is non-negative, it does not violate the log condition. Now, if I consider log of to the base 8, 28 minus 6 by this 6x, so this is, if I consider 6x, it is 22. So 28 minus 22, that's 6, so this is also defined. So this is 6 cube. Both logs are defined, so this does not violate any condition. So there is only one value of x which is allowed, which is x equal to 11 by 3. So the correct option to choose is option B. This was a difficult question. This is a hard question, but there is a very important lesson in this question. You put all this effort to find out the values of x, and finding out the values of x itself was not easy. It took us a lot of time. But from there, if you just quickly go and mark answer 2, you will end up losing whatever marks, whatever effort that you have put in, it will go down the drain. You should not do that. You should put a final check. Is this giving me a negative log of negative value? Unless you do that, the whole effort can go wasted. Okay? Ma'am, the 2 is from the base of a log function. The base cannot be negative. Where 2 is from the base of the log function? Where did you get that? But why didn't we cancel half and 1/3 by taking out power in the start? Which one are you saying? Yeah, this, don't take it out first because it is important for it to be here. Because if this is not here, what will happen is that you will get that even that is negative. But that placement matters. Always at the end check that where this value has to be non-negative. This value has to be non-negative. Okay? Okay, so let's go to the next question. In the beginning, can we just directly multiply by x minus this and do it by taking powers out of the log and cancelling it? So you want to take the powers. If you take it, that's fine. That's what we did also, where we took the powers out and we could cancel it. Or yeah, you wanted to take 3 by 3 and this. Even that is fine. But the issue is that I want to make sure that when you take the 2, right, that you realize that it is a even power. Because if you had taken the power out and you had gotten only plus 2 over here, that would have created issues. If you had Always, that is why I don't take the powers out early enough, because if you leave the powers out as much as possible, then you realize that it's an even power. And once you realize it's an even power, then you know that there are multiple solutions possible. No. So over here, 2 and minus 2. So minus 2 is not the base. Minus 2 is possible because we get that the right hand side is 2 raised to 6. If you had cancelled off the power early on, you would have gotten 2 raised to 1 or something like that. Then you would have made a mistake. So minus 2, why did I consider? It is not part of the base. But the right hand value can be written as, if I write, okay, this is 2 raised to 0. Right hand value was 1, right? Right hand value 2 raised to 1 is 2 raised to 0 is 1. I can also write this is minus 2 raised to 0. This is also 1. So even if you have 1 in the right hand side, what is 1? That is essentially a base raised to an even power. Always when you have even power, you have to be very, very careful that you have to consider both plus minus. Okay, some people are saying it is D. Again, did you guys check whether it is giving a negative value? Did you guys check? Yes, as a general practice, when you want to consider all the possible solutions, Vedantika, don't take the power out too early, because you have to consider that the right hand side could be an even power, and from that also it will give you a better idea of how many values are possible. Because if it is just 1 on the right hand side, right, it is essentially 2 raised to 0 or anything raised to a even power. So you have to think of it in that way, that if I take the power out too early, if I cancel out the power, I might end up missing on the multiple solutions that are possible. Okay. A few have given answer as D, a few have given the answer as B. Which is the correct answer? Did you guys check whether it is feasible? That is the only thing that I'm going to ask. Oh, I think I know why people got D. Be careful of the quadratic equation that you get. Don't check the quadratic equation you're getting. You'll get a cubic equation. That cubic equation, check again. When you factorize it, that quadratic equation that you get after factorizing it, how many real roots it has? It does not have as many real roots as you think it has. Check it again. Okay. Okay, so we'll try to solve this question. This is not as difficult as the earlier one. This is an easier question. So let's see how to solve this. The number of integral values of x that satisfy the equation, this longish equation. So how do we answer this? My first order of business would be to remove this log, because it has no business being there. If I see this is log of 4 to the base 24, this is log of 6 to the base 24. I know that if I multiply log 4, if I consider log of 4 into 6 by 24, this is going to be 1. So that is going to be my first thing, that I want to get them together so that I can get rid of this log. If I get rid of the log, then I'm going to be left with a polynomial equation. So let us see how I can get it. I will first expand the right hand side. I'll write this as 5x minus 5x log of 6 to the base 24. Then I take the log values to one side, I put all the other polynomial values the other side, or I can just take all the values to one side. If I take all values to one side, I put this as, also this 5x, I can take the power out, so I can write this as 5x log of 24 to the base 4 plus, because this minus becomes plus, if I take it to the right hand side, this becomes plus 5x log of 6 to the base 24 plus this is x cube minus 4x minus 15, and this 5x, if I take to the right hand side, becomes minus 5x. Okay, this is equal to 0. This is our modified equation. Now I will basically take 5x in common, and if I take 5x in common, what do I get? This 5x I'm taking in common. So this I get, this is log of 6 to the base 24, log of 4 to the base 24. Log of these two values, I add them together. This is essentially 6 into 4 to the base 24. This is 24 to the base 24, which is equal to 1. So this is essentially 5x plus x cube minus 4x minus 15 minus 5x equal to 0. So this cancels with this. I'm left with the cubic equation x cube minus 4x minus 15 is equal to 0. Okay. Did I? Yep. X cube minus. Now I'll try to find out what are the, how do I factorize this? I'm left with a cubic equation. I'm not very happy with the cubic equation because cubic equations, I try to find the roots of the cubic equation by trial and error. First trial is x equal to 0 possible? No, x equal to 0 is not a root. X equal to 1, if I put 1, this doesn't work because the coefficients don't add up to 0. Minus 1 also does not work. So I'm then considering plus 2 and minus 2. I put in plus 2, I get this is 8 minus 8 won't work, minus 2 also will not work. Then I consider, see, x has to be positive because both of these are negative. So no point considering the negative values. So if x is positive, let us consider plus 3. Next, if I consider plus 3, this will be 27 minus 12 minus 15 equal to 0. Yep, this satisfied. So x equal to 3 will be a root. If x is equal to 3 is a root, then let me find out what the remaining values are. So x equal to 3 is a root. So x minus 3 has to be one of the factors. So I will divide by x minus 3. So I get x cube minus 4x minus 15. Now x minus 3, if I divide it by it, I will say this is x square. This is x cube minus 3x square. This cancels with this. This minus becomes plus. So I get 3x square. And I bring down this minus 4x. 3x square minus 4x. So I will say plus 3x. Okay. So this is, yeah, this is 3x square minus, wait. Did I make some mistake? No, correct. Yeah, 3x square. This is minus 9. Did I make some mistake over here? X cube minus 4x. Yeah, I made a mistake here. No, shoot, sorry. This is minus 3x square. X minus 3x square, x cube minus 3x square plus 3x square minus 4x. So plus 3x, this is 3x square minus 9x. So this is minus plus, so this is 5x minus 15. 5x minus 15, this is equal to plus 5. This is equal to how much? This will be equal to, I consider this will be 5x minus 15. This is equal to 0. So this product is essentially x minus 3 into x square plus 3x plus 5, right? This is equal to 0. Now how many real roots are there of this part of the equation? How many real roots does that have? How many real roots does x square plus 3x plus 5 have? Its determinant will be, determinant of that particular quadratic equation will be 9 minus 4 into 1 into 5, that is 9 minus 20. So this is minus 11. The determinant is 0. So this gives me 0 real roots. So x minus 3 is the only one which gives me a real root. So the only real root as such is x is equal to 3. And it is an integral value. But I have to make one final check that there should be no log of negative value. There should be no log of a negative value. Neither should the base be negative, nor should the base be 0, nor should it be a log of negative value. So let me check. Do I get any log of negative value? See, if it is x is equal to 3, this is 4 raised to 15. It is not negative. It is a positive number. So I need not worry. It does not eliminate anything. So I have exactly one integral value of x that solves the equation, which is x equal to 3. So the correct answer is option B. Okay. Yep. Positive real roots? No, it has no real roots. Okay. Okay. So let's go to the next equation. Next question. So try to solve this. I will tell you the basic funda of this, okay? The idea of this is that if you can express the, if I take a number, okay, any number, say n, okay, and if I want to find out how many digits are there in n, so what I do is I take log of n to the base 10, okay, and I take the floor function, that is the greatest integer less than or equal to n. This plus 1 would be the number of digits in the number n. So any number n, I take the log of n to the base 10, I take the floor function and add one digit, add 1, this is the number of digits in it. So try to solve this question given this information. Both of these are logs to the base 10 essentially. So excellent work. Most of you have gotten it right. I'll give one more 30 more seconds to the guys who are still solving. Everybody try to answer this, okay? These are slightly tougher questions. I know today me and Maruti have tested you guys with tougher questions, but this is the time to push yourself. And many of you guys are able to solve it, are able to get it. Just you might like make small mistakes which should be ironed out at this point of time. So everybody try to answer the question. You can solve these questions. Come on, guys. Okay, most of you have gotten the right answer. The answer is 106. Okay, so let's see how to do this. Given that log of 2 is 0.3010, log of 3 is this, find the number of digits in 48 raised to 63. So 48 is to 63, I just have to take firstly log of 48 raised to 63. This power, since it is for the value of whose log is being taken, I can directly bring it out. So I can say this is 63 times log of 48, right? Now log of 48 is what? 48 I can write as 16 raised to 3. So this is 2 raised to 4. 16 into 3. So this is 2 raised to 4 into 3. This is basically 48, right? So if this is 16 into 3, this I can write as 63 times log of 2 raised to 4. Again I can take the power out. I can write this as 4 log 2 plus log of 3. Because what is product becomes a sum when it comes to log. So product of 2 raised to 4 into 3 becomes 4 log of 2 plus 3 log of 3. So here this is 63 times 4 into 0.301 plus 0.4771. How much is this value? This is 63 times. This is 1.204 plus 0.4771. How much is this value? This is 63 times 1. Okay, I'll just take this 1. 7 is 11, 1, 8. This is 1.6811. This multiplied by 63. So how much is the value as such? 63 multiplied by this. Can somebody tell me through calculator what is the value? This is something that you can easily use calculator for. Even if I don't use a calculator, it is very quickly you can calculate also. This is multiplied by 63, 3, 3, 24, 2, 18, 20, 2, 5.0 something. Double of that, so plus 6, 6, 8 point, so 0 and did I make? This is 10. Okay. Okay. How much is this? This is 3909 105.9093. So this is the value that we are getting, 105.9 something. Okay. Now what do I have to do over here? As I mentioned, you have to take the floor function. What is the greatest integer less than equal to 105.9? The floor function or the greatest integer less than equal to 105.9 is 105. You should not take the rounded version. If I round this number, it will become 106. Don't round it. I have to find the floor function. What is the base, like the least greatest integer less than equal to? So the last integer which is just equal to or less than this number, which is 105. Plus you have to add this one value, plus 1. So 105 plus 1 is 106. There are some of you who put answer as C. Remember, the number of digits you have to add 1 plus 1. Why is that the case? See, if I consider log of 10 to the base 10, what do I get? I get 1. But how many digits are actually there? There are 2 digits. So whatever I take log to the base 10, whatever the value I get, I have to add 1 to basically get the real number of digits. This doesn't consider the units digits, because for if I was taking like say log of 1, it will be 0, but 1 has 1 digit. So you have to essentially add this 1. Always remember. If you are confused, I'm not whether am I remembering the formula correctly or not, check it once. Log of 10 to the base 10 is 1. So from that I know there are 2 digits, but it is giving only 1, which means that I have to add 1 more. Okay. So it is 105 plus 1, you get 106. Let's go to the next question. Ma'am, I'm practicing from your 100 most important question series from previous years. Are videos from this 2020 to 2022 still relevant? Yes, absolutely, still relevant. I would say that it hasn't changed much from 2020 to 2022. The only thing is that some kind of the format, the number of questions has changed from 2020 slightly, but the format of questions, particularly quant, has not changed at all. DILR also, it has not changed. The type of sets that come, just the number of sets has changed. Again, even in VRC, the type of RCs that are asked are similar. Just the small change that has occurred is sometimes the RC length is slightly shorter, but that also like say 50 words lesser than what it used to be. But that's not a big change as such. So everything from 2020 and 2022 is still very relevant. I would say every previous year paper, if you consider, from 2020 onwards is super important, because this is from the new format, 2R format. And even if I consider the 3R format, right, anything from 2017 onwards is still relevant, because from 2017 onwards, they have kind of been steady in the type of questions that are asked. They are not super irrelevant. But if I go to the 1999 paper and all, they are slightly irrelevant right now. But anything from 2017 onwards is still very relevant. Okay, people have answered with D. Okay. What is the answer? Answering A and D and C and D. Where do you get the Cracku books? Ayama, if you have our full complete course with books, you can basically mail us at support.cracku.in if you have not received your books. Otherwise, there is, I think, a store on cracku.in where you can buy and go and just purchase the books as such. Also, I think our books are there on Amazon also. You can buy it from Amazon also. Amazon or Flipkart, one of the two has it, or both have it, I'm not sure. But you can always find it on Cracku store. A or D? See, logically, when you say, okay, which of these cannot be a value, logically, whenever you have a question like this, mostly it will either be that there is a minimum value or a maximum value that cannot be breached. So most of the time, these two you can eliminate, okay? These two you can eliminate. When it is value of x and x is over here inside the logarithm, then you have to be careful, because x cannot take certain values such that the log of 0 cannot be there, etc. That cannot be there. But the expression, if I have to say what is the value of expression, what value can this expression not take? So any expression will either have a minima or a maxima, and based on that, I can say that, okay, either it cannot take something below the minimum value or it cannot take something above the maximum value. Here itself I can remove two of the values and then I can take an educated guess as such. So whenever you have questions like this and you want to take an educated guess, you can remove two values and say that, okay, it is between minima and maxima and it has to be one of these two values. So let us take a look at the question. The value of the expression log of a cube by b square to the base a plus log of b cube by a square to the base b. So essentially what do I have here? Log to the base a, log to the base b. So what should I know? Log of a to the base b is 1 by log of b to the base a. Now this will help me considerably in answering these questions. How do I do this? So let us try to use that. Okay, I will say that this is x. Okay, so this becomes 1 by x. Okay, so I'll write this. How do I actually write this? In this I will say that this is log of a cube to the base a minus log of b square to the base a. Because it is division, I can write it as subtraction like this, plus this is log of b cube to the base b minus log of a square to the base b. Now if it is log a cube to the base a, I can just say this is 3. 3 minus this is 2 times log of b to the base a plus b cube to the base b is still 3 minus 2 times log of a to the base b. Now I said consider log of a to the base b as x. So this is minus 2x. Okay, plus 3 and 3 minus something. If this is x, this is 1 by x because they are inversely related. They are essentially like log of a to the base b is basically 1 by log of b to the base a. So if this is x, this becomes 1 by x. So I will write this is 2 by x. So this value this expression becomes 6 minus 2 times, 6 minus 2 times x plus 1 by x. Now, I have to essentially say which value this cannot take. This cannot take a particular value. X plus 1 by x, can you tell me whether it has a minimum value or a maximum value? X plus 1 by x is 1 million. It will be 1 million plus 1 point by 1 by million, so it will be 1 million plus 0.000 something. So it has no maximum value. As x tends to infinity, it becomes equal to infinity. So x plus 1 by x has no maximum value, which means that it should have a minimum value. So if it has a minimum value, then the whole expression will have a maximum value. Why? Because this is minus some value. So if x has a minimum value, if I take the subtraction of some minimum value, I'll get the maximum value of this expression. So essentially, this whole expression has a maximum value. Without even calculating further, I can say given these options, there will be one value which will be beyond the maximum. I am given 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So one value is going to be beyond the maximum. Suppose 2 is beyond the maximum, then 3 will also be beyond the maximum. So if only one value is beyond the maximum, it means that it has to be 3. Even if you don't solve it further, I can just mark off 3 and go. But we'll solve because we want to be thorough. So if I want to solve, what is the minimum value of x plus 1 by x? X plus 1 by x, the minimum value I can say is that from AM-GM rule, AM is greater than or equal to GM, I can say that x plus 1 by x by 2 has to be greater than or equal to square root of x into 1 by x. This is equal to how much? This cancels with this. So this is square root of 1. So it has to be greater than 1. So that means x plus 1 by x has to be greater than or equal to 2. So the minimum value of x plus 1 by x is how much? It is equal to 2. That is when x and 1 by x both are equal to 1, the minimum value is 2. So if the minimum value is 2, then what is the maximum value of this? This is 6 minus 2 times 2. That is 6 minus 4. So the max value becomes 2. So the maximum value of this expression is 2. So the one value it cannot take is option D, 3. Okay. I hope everybody has understood this. There is nobody who has not understood this. Okay. Min value equals to 2. Correct. Everybody got this? Why we eliminate 1 and 2? I didn't understand. Why did we eliminate 1 and 2? Yeah, I eliminated it by logic. This is not from solving. See, basically, whenever you are told that this expression cannot take some value, so you will say that let this expression's value be x. So x cannot take a particular value. So how do I figure out what value x cannot take? Mostly I will say that x cannot take some value. X say value is between a and b. Okay, say x value whatever it is. there will be some minimum value of x, there will be some maximum value of x. It cannot be below some minimum value, it cannot be higher than some maximum value. So therefore it will be in some range. If I say this cannot be the value, it has to be either beyond the maximum or below the minimum. So from logic only I can eliminate any of the two middle values. I can say that obviously it can take. If it is that okay, it cannot take such a low value, it has to be 0. If it is like it cannot take such a high value, it has to be 3. So 1 and 2 is definitely not the answer. That I can guess. It is guesswork essentially. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Ma'am, with 50 days left, what is the possibility of going from 60% to 90%? Also, my DI is not good. Yeah, sir, what I would say is that this is basically the time when you boost your percentile. Your concepts are there, your knowledge is there. You have to just now, sit, lock yourself away for hours at a time and just solve questions. If you solve a lot of questions, then you have a chance. If you solve, say from now till November 30th, suppose if you solve only, say, 200 questions, it is very little. If you solve 500 questions, you have a fighting chance. If you solve 1,000 questions, you have a very real chance of getting there. So I would say that try to put yourself, get a chunk of 4 hours every single day, lock yourself away, just go on solving. For quant, if your weak section is DILR, lock yourself away, do 3-4 DILR sets in one go. Don't move or get up from your set until 4 DILR sets have been done. This kind of punishing solving, right, where you make yourself sit and solve for extended periods of time, that is very good for 2 reasons: for building stamina as well as making sure that you get ample practice. So do that for extended periods of time, you will see the boost in your percentile. Aditya, it's not optimistic, it is possible. 40ish in Dashcat is not that bad because Dashcats are on the harder side. And again, I feel that it is not whether you are getting this much in mocks or that much in mocks. The mocks are not really there to tell you how much you can get or what is your potential or what is your ability. It is there for you to understand what you are lacking currently, what you should be working on. So if your Dashcat is showing a score of 40, don't look at the score of 40. Go and see where the issue is. Where are you losing marks? Where are you making mistakes? The whole point of the Dashcat is to help you identify which areas you have to fix. So if a lot of people are fussing about marks and thinking, is this mark enough? Is that mark enough? Nothing of mock scores are not enough at all. Mock scores are irrelevant. What really matters is figuring out where your strengths and weaknesses lie and making sure that those weaknesses don't show up in actual exam. So don't look at the marks, don't worry about the marks, don't fret about the marks. Just look at where you lost marks. That is basically marks that you have to gain. Okay? Matthew, you have to now, basically if you have lost focus in VRC, if you are good in VRC and you have now improved in LRDI, now do more balanced work. I always say that do focused work if you are very weak in one section, and then you will have, once you recover in that section, then you can start doing balance work. Go back to all 3 sections, go back to balance work, you will find you will now then be able to solve get a good score across sections. It is important to recover in one section. Once that recovery is done, you can always go back to your strength areas. You will, VRC, even if you're struggling now, it will not be there for a long time. If it was not a problem before, it will not suddenly become a problem today. Okay, is 1 the solution? Is x equal to 5? What is the answer? We have to find the number of integral solutions of this. What is the number of integral solutions? 1. What is the answer? Some people are saying 1 solution, 0 solution. So let's see. If I remember correctly, it is 1 solution, but I don't remember the solution right now. So I'm going to go and solve it without any previous this. So let's see how to solve this. If k raised to x is equal to 10 raised to 5, find the number of integral solutions of 5 log k minus log of k the whole square. This is equal to 9 minus x. Now, if k raised to x is there and everything is log k as such, log k, if the base is not given, it is the base is 10. If that is the case, then I will actually take log this, right? So log k to the base 10, if I take log on both sides for this particular equation, I get this is k raised to x. This is equal to 5 log to the base 10 of 10 raised to 5. So I will say this is x log k. This is equal to 5. So x times log k is how much? It is equal to 5. So I can say that log k is how much? Log k is 5 by x. Now if this is 5 by x, I come back to my equation. I want to remove log k because I don't like it. So I'll remove log k. I'll say that it is 5 by x. So 5 into 5 by x. This is equal to how much? Minus log k the whole square. So this is 5 by x the whole square. This is equal to 9 minus x. Now this is the equation I have with me. I have the equation entirely in x. Can I solve it to find the value of x? Yes. So I'll get 25 by x minus 25 by x square is equal to 9 minus x. So I will multiply throughout by x square so that I don't have anything in denominator. So if I multiply throughout by x square, I have 25x minus 25 is equal to 9x square minus x cube. I can take all of this side, so I get 9x cube minus 9x square plus 25x minus 25 is equal to 0. So I have to find the value of x, number of integral solutions of this. So I have to find the number of values of x such that this is true. So how do I find this? Now this is a polynomial equation in x. Is the sum of the values, is this sum of coefficients is not 1. So 1 and minus 1 do not seem to work, right? 1 and minus 1, no. 2, 8, this is minus 36, 8 plus this won't work, I think. Minus 2, minus 8, minus, minus 2 will definitely not work. What would work over here? X cube minus 9x square. I have like gone this over here. X cube minus 9x square plus 25x minus 25. If I try to factorize this, this would be factor 5 would be the factor. 125 minus 25 into this, so 225. So minus 100 plus 125 minus 25. Maybe, yeah. I'll consider if it is 5. So it is 125 minus 25 and this 225 plus 125 minus 25. So this is 250 minus 250, yep, working. So x equal to 5 is one of the factors. X equal to 5 is one of the factors. Let us divide by x minus 5. So this is x cube minus 9x square plus 25x minus 25. So let us try to find out the answer. So I will say multiply by x square. This is x cube minus 5x square. This is how much? This is minus plus this is minus 4x square plus 25x. So this is minus 4x square plus 20x is this. So plus minus this is 5x minus 25. So I'll say plus 5. So I get x minus 5 into x square minus 4x. This is x minus 5 into x square minus 4x plus 5. How many real roots are there of this particular equation? X square minus 4x plus 5. This is 16 minus 4 into 1 into 5. So 16 minus 20. So the determinant is minus 4. If determinant is minus 4, this one has no real root. So I need not consider this. Forget integral solution. There is no real solution only there. So there is only one integral solution for this particular solution. So the value x equal to 5 is the only solution. I am not asked the value of the solution, but rather the number of integral solutions. So there are 1 integral solutions. Okay. Difficult, easy, what did you guys think? Okay, I think this was the last question. So it was good to have all of you guys. This was a longish stream and with difficult questions and all. So I would basically say that we have covered all of the algebra, arithmetic, all the questions, concepts, everything. What I want you guys to do is now start solving obsessively from these topics. We'll have more, the pending streams will be for geometry, for DILR, for VARC, we'll be doing all of that. But we have done now good number of questions from arithmetic and algebra. So I want you guys to solve like crazy from both of those topics, so that next when we actually have like a general quant stream, you should be able to solve many or most of those questions. Okay, so this was the last question. One last reminder before we go. So we have basically updated our I am called predictor. If any of you guys have any doubt about what is like your target percentile, how much should you score given your profile, a lot of students have that worry, have that anxiety. So once and go and check how much is needed, so that you know exactly that I have to get this much percentile, I have to get this much score as such. Once that is done, you will have much more clarity about what your strategy should be, how much you need to attempt, how much you need to score. So do check out our I am call predictor. We have recently updated it. Okay, and thank you guys. Thank you for a lot of like effort that you have put in. All of you put in crazy amount of effort today. So very good job, all of you. Keep putting in the effort. Keep solving questions from quant. We have covered algebra and arithmetic. I want you to keep solving questions from that. We'll now go to streams on geometry, on DILR, on VRC over the remaining Sundays. But arithmetic and algebra, you should not leave the grip on this. You have a strong grip. You should not let it go. Okay, so bye guys, and see you next Sunday.